Chapter 771. Let's go. The male heavenly venerate called Mengda gritted his teeth and shouted at the other female heavenly venerate. He carried Guanyin and quickly retreated. Even if the other party didn't have the real mystic Tharch, they would at least have a half-step Tharch. How could he dare to challenge them? Didn't you hear that my young master asked you to stay? A faint voice rang out, and a silhouette had already arrived in front of Mengda. A terrifying aura pressed down on the three of them, forcing them to step back. The person who stopped them was naturally the half-step Tharch Wu Fu. Du Tai and Song Minghua wanted to help, but against such an opponent, it would be making a big fuss out of nothing. My lord, this has nothing to do with me. I am not from the Peach Love Valley. Mengda threw Guanyin out and hurriedly said. He was indeed not from the Peach Love Valley. He was just an itinerant cultivator, and one of Guanyin's lovers. Mengda, how can you do this? Guanyin glared at Mengda and shouted. When the two of them were together, they made a solemn vow of undying love. Now that there was just a little bit of danger, they were already facing a disaster. Their relationship, which was purely based on the exchange of flesh, was really very unreliable. The other mid-level heavenly venerate was calmer. She looked at Ling Xiao and said lightly, "Who are you? Why are you going against the Peach Love Valley?" This mid-level heavenly venerate was the deacon who managed the nearby boat business. Her name was Ning Qin. Just like Guanyin, she had an affair with Mengda. Both of them cultivated the beautiful girl technique. Ling Xiao ignored Ning Qin. He looked at Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang and said, "Since the Peach Valley has taken care of you for so many years as your man, if I don't repay them, I won't be able to live." Then he shouted upwards, "The three of you hurry up and get down here." Ling Zhao's voice contained a great dragon might, and a powerful emperor's aura was released. Mengda, Guanyin, and Ning Qin's bodies trembled, and a sense of fear arose in their hearts. They all descended from the sky, trembling in fear. This young master. I am really not from the Passion Valley. I am just acquainted with them. Mengda bowed slightly towards Ling Xiao with a slightly subservient expression. I really didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. This old lady has truly seen through you. To think that I've brought the disciples of the valley out for you to enjoy. Guanyin roared at Mengda with incomparable fury. He, you did all of that willingly. What does that have to do with me? Mengda smiled like a wretch. Truly shameless. Ning Qin also cursed from the side. All right, I don't have time to waste on your nonsense, Ling Xiao said faintly. He then turned to Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang and asked, "Is this the woman who wants to force you to serve this man?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he pointed at Guanyin and Mengda. Before coming to Peach City, the two women had already told Ling Xiao everything that had happened in the Passion Valley. They had even reprimanded Guanyin and her disciple for what they had done to them countless times. The two women nodded towards Ling Xiao at the same time. They could feel Ling Xiao's domineering aura, and the strength of the people behind him. They felt inexplicably at ease, as if nothing was too difficult for Ling Xiao. A strong sense of reliance involuntarily arose in their hearts. You two don't talk nonsense. When we were in the valley, I was so good to you. I never hit or scolded you. Guanyin immediately turned her face and said. She didn't understand how these two outer disciples had encountered such a scholarly young master. However, looking at his attitude, she knew that the power behind him was not weak. She didn't dare to be arrogant at all. This has nothing to do with me. I have never seen you two beautiful ladies. I hope this young master will be magnanimous. Mengda pretended to be calm and smiled. Ling Xiao really couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He immediately said, "Throw the three of them into the river to feed the fish." It was impossible for those who had bullied his women to be safe and sound. You can't do this. Our Passion Valley won't. Guanyin said in panic. At the same time, she couldn't care less about her disciple's life or death. She once again hurriedly ran away. Unfortunately, Wu Fu had already received the order, and had already shot out a gorgeous flame that wrapped her in layers. Mengda knew that the situation was not good. This time he didn't run away, nor did he beg for mercy. Instead, he actually rushed towards Ling Xiao. He knew that as long as he could control this young man, there was hope for him to escape. "Brat, you've gone too far. Meng Da's palm turned into a claw and grabbed towards Ling Xiao's neck. The two women beside Ling Xiao exclaimed at the same time, "Be careful." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. "So what if I bully you?" After saying that, he didn't move an inch. A simple fist smashed towards the shadow of the claw. "You overestimate yourself." Meng Da laughed in his heart. He saw that Ling Xiao's strength was only at the Earth Sovereign stage, but he actually dared to attack with his fist. He was very proud of himself. Unfortunately, when his claw came into contact with Ling Xiao's fist, his expression immediately changed. Crack. Ah. The incomparably strong fist force smashed towards him like a meteorite and directly broke his finger. Not only that, there was also a terrifying barbaric force that directly drilled into his arm, destroying his skin, flesh, meridians, bones. Just like that, one of his arms was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, appearing extremely frightening. "Do you think that I'm weak and easy to bully?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His figure moved closer to Meng Da, who was retreating backwards, and he smashed his golden fist fiercely towards him. Bang! The fist that was comparable to a divine weapon directly penetrated Meng Da's defensive armor and passed through his body, causing some of his internal organs to be exposed. It seemed extremely disgusting and nauseating. Meng Da still stared fixedly at Ling Xiao until he died, and his eyes revealed dense shock and unwillingness. "Alas, you've dirtied my hands." Ling Xiao sighed lightly. He casually waved his hand and tossed Meng Da's body into the nearby lake. On the other side, Wu Fu had burned Gan Yin into a flaming figure and similarly tossed her into the lake. "I'll leave this woman to you. Toss her into the lake." Ling Xiao pointed at Miao Yin, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. "No. I beg you, let me go. I'm willing to do anything for you." Miao Yin was already scared out of her wits. She immediately cried bitterly and begged for mercy. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. He just confined her strength and let Yu Laiyan and Wu Mengyang do it. The result was self-evident. They were not soft-hearted people. Killing an enemy was not a big deal. It was just that they were thoroughly shocked by Ling Xiao's strength. Previously, Ling Xiao had only said that he had the strength of a heavenly venerable. They had all thought that he might be a low-level heavenly venerable. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. To be able to reach this stage was already quite outstanding for Tenbin. However, they knew that Gan Yin had the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable, and her lover seemed to be even stronger than her. He should have reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. However, such a high-level heavenly venerable powerhouse couldn't even take a single move from Ling Xiao. This made them understand how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. This was definitely not a strength that a low-level heavenly venerable could possess. He was at least a peak heavenly venerable, or even an existence that had already surpassed a heavenly venerable. Otherwise, how could a high-level heavenly venerable kill a high-level heavenly venerable in one move? Thinking back to the time when Ling Xiao was with them in the northwest, his strength was not much different from theirs. But now, the difference was like heaven and earth. This made them feel a deep sense of defeat. Ningyan, who was still alive, didn't dare to move. She was already shocked. She was afraid that the next one to die would be her. She didn't understand how Gan Yin and the others had provoked such a powerful enemy. They had even put her in a dilemma. What should she do? Just as she stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do, something seemed to have barged into her sea of consciousness, causing her to instantly become sluggish. In her sea of consciousness, her soul emerged, wanting to expel those strange runes that had inexplicably barged into her sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, her soul force wasn't enough to resist these runes. One rune after another kept barging in, forming a mysterious array that pressed down on her soul. She didn't have any leeway to resist and was completely suppressed by these runes. These runes constantly seeped into her soul and gradually occupied a dominant position. "Young master, what should we do with this?" Wu Fu came to Ling Xiao's side and pointed at Ningyan. Ling Xiao recovered after a while and said, "I have my own use for this." He paused and looked at Ningyan. "Come here for a moment." "Yes, master." Ningyan recovered from her daze and walked towards Ling Xiao. Everyone present was even more stunned. They didn't understand why Ningyan called Ling Xiao master. "In the future, you should call me young master." I have some things to ask you, Ling Xiao said. Thus, he asked Ning Yan a few questions about the boats on the lake. Ling Xiao unexpectedly discovered that Ning Yan was actually the deacon in charge of these boats. This made him very happy. He had originally planned to let Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang go back and create this place to pass time. Now that he had Ning Yan under control, this problem was solved for him. Let's go to your Peach Love Valley and greet your valley master. Ling Xiao suddenly changed his mind. Since he had already killed someone, the elders of the nearby Peach Love Valley had already sensed it. He might as well go all out and make a trip to the Peach Love Valley. Thinking about it, with his current reputation, this small Peach Love Valley wouldn't be too arrogant. A dozen or so sounds of wind breaking could be heard. A few heavenly venerables and a dozen or so earthly emperors descended from the sky. Who exactly is causing trouble here? An old woman immediately questioned the moment she landed. This old woman was already a high-level heavenly venerable. She was the leader of this group of people. At this time, Ning Yan walked forward and said, City Lord, this is young Master Ling Xiao from Wind Cloud City. He is preparing to pay a visit to our Valley Master. The moment these words came out, the people of Peach Love Valley immediately became shocked. Chapter 772. Although the central region was vast and boundless, almost all the major cities had transmission arrays, so news spread very quickly. Ling Xiao's name had risen like a comet in the past few years, and it had instantly shaken the entire central territory with the speed of a thunderbolt. Every single incident of his was sufficient to cause numerous youths to prostrate themselves in worship, and it also caused many figures of the older generation to hold him in high esteem. As the city lord of Peach City, this old woman had naturally heard of Ling Xiao's name. She did not understand why Ling Xiao suddenly wanted to visit their valley lord. Could it be that what had just happened was not enough, and he wanted to reason with their valley lord? The city lord of Peach City did not dare to pursue what had just happened, and her expression became warm as she said, I wonder why City Lord Ling wants to see our valley lord? Do you have an invitation to see her? Usually, when two forces were not very familiar with each other, both sides would have to send an invitation to see each other before deciding on a time to meet. Ling Xiao was just passing by, so why would he have an invitation to see her? He said impatiently, Forget it, since you are not going to inform her, let's go and greet her directly. With his current prestige, he did not need to be so polite to the leader of a fifth-grade sect. The city lord said awkwardly, Let me lead the way. She thought to herself, he even dared to kill the Gu clan's supreme elder. If we anger him, it will bring trouble to the valley, and we will be doomed. Forget it, let's hurry on our way, Wu Meinyang said worriedly. It's okay, they have taken care of you for so long. It is natural for them to greet you. Ling Xiao did not give Wu Meinyang a chance to object, and he waved his hand. Then the group of people headed towards the Passion Valley. At this time, Ling Xiao did not want to hide anything, so he directly summoned Xiao Jin and rode it towards the Peach Valley with the two women. When the elders and guards of the Peach Valley saw the majestic rank 7 Wolf King, their legs trembled in fear. When they arrived at the Peach Valley, an elder immediately came out to interrogate them. Who dares to trespass our Peach Valley? She was a beautiful middle-aged woman, and there were many heavenly venerables and earthly sovereign realm women following her. All of them were women, and most of them were beautiful. They were plump and thin, with bright red and green colors, dazzling anyone who looked at them. Fortunately, Ling Xiao always had stunning beauties by his side. In comparison, these women seemed much more tacky. The city lord of Peach City stepped forward and said, Elder Hong, this is City Lord Ling Xiao from Wind Cloud City. Please come and greet the Valley Lord. Wind Cloud City's City Lord Ling Xiao? The elder exclaimed. Yes, please make a decision, Elder Hong. The mayor of Peach City nodded. The inner court elder hesitated for a moment before saying, I wonder what matter City Lord Ling needs to visit my Valley Master, so that I can go back and report to my Valley Master? Why go through so much trouble? I, Ling Xiao, am just passing by this place, so it is only right for me to visit your Valley Master. Could it be that you are looking down on me, Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao said with a hint of anger. No, that's not what I mean. Please come into the valley and watch the tea first. I will report to my Valley Master right away. The inner court elder did not dare to be negligent. He quickly responded and led Ling Xiao and his group into the valley. At this time, many disciples of the Peach Valley recognized Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang, who were beside Ling Xiao, and they could not help but criticize them. Aren't they the two outer court disciples who just arrived not long ago? They said that they were kidnapped by that perverted thief, Piao Xiang Wanli. Why are they together with that Ling Xiao? It seems like the two of them have found the right lover. They might be leaving our Peach Valley. That's right, that legendary #1 emperor Ling Xiao is so handsome. If he takes a fancy to me, I'm willing to even be his personal maid. Why don't you take a look at yourself? How could he take a fancy to you? If he wants to take a fancy to someone, he would take a fancy to me first. The Peach Valley's welcoming area was also filled with all kinds of peach blossoms. Waves of fragrance assailed the nostrils, and the rows of pavilions were arranged in an elegant manner. The decorations were also filled with a pink atmosphere. Any man who came here and saw the pink expanse and the occasional lady who was as graceful as a snake passing by would have a kind of fantasy that would cause one's imagination to run wild. After entering the pavilion, Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang became a little nervous. They had been in the Peach Valley for a few years, and they roughly knew that the overall strength of the Peach Valley was very strong. Their valley master had always been very mysterious, and they had never seen him before. Now that they were waiting for their valley master to appear, they would definitely be very nervous. Don't be afraid, she won't eat people. Ling Xiao comforted the two girls. Ling Xiao's voice seemed to be enchanted, and it instantly calmed the two girls down. At this moment, a burst of melodious music came from all directions. The music had an ambiguous atmosphere, and it gave people a very flirtatious feeling. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, they all felt an indescribable heat, and their minds couldn't help but be filled with the ripples of a man and a woman discussing life. Among them, Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang were the weakest. Moreover, they were naturally seductive, and they seemed to have a natural affinity for this kind of music. Their faces were actually pink, and there was an indescribable feeling of love in them. Their eyes were like silk, and their jade lips were like orchids. Ling Xiao's hot-blooded blood also began to boil. Fortunately, his unique origin-returning technique emitted a trace of coolness, and it allowed him to completely calm down. Wu Fu's face was red, and even his breathing had become a little hurried. Du Tai and Song Minghua were much calmer. It seemed that their cultivation was high, and their hearts were firm. It was impossible for ordinary illusions to confuse them. Just as Ling Xiao was about to shake off the music, a group of graceful figures walked in. These were all young girls in their 20s, and each of them was extremely beautiful. Their clothes were very revealing, and their private parts could be faintly seen. Their beautiful eyes were like spring water, and there was a charming smile on their faces. They swayed their sexy waists, their towering breasts, their round buttocks, and their soft arms and legs. The tall girl in the middle had a thin veil on her face, and a gorgeous silver crown on her head. Her body was adorned with sparkling pearls and agate, and she was dressed in a colorful silk satin. She looked like a gorgeous peacock that was the king of all birds. She was especially dazzling and noble. She danced her snake-like body, and every look in her eyes was so captivating. Every movement was so captivating that people gradually fell into the illusion. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang, who were beside Ling Xiao, seemed to fall deeper and deeper. They actually stood up unconsciously and joined the group of girls. They also crazily swayed their seductive bodies. For a moment, the charm they emitted actually fused with the dance. The scene of the ripples became clearer and clearer, and it gave people a feeling of being there. Ling Xiao, Du Tai, and Song Minghua's divine flowers all showed changes. Their bodies and minds became hot, and their blood vessels became somewhat uncontrollable. It was as if their bodies could explode at any time. Wake up! Suddenly Ling Xiao, who was sitting, roared and slammed his palm on the tea table beside him. Bang! The tea table instantly broke into pieces. The sound waves mixed with the sound of a dragon's roar rippled endlessly in the room. The ambiguous music was instantly drowned out. The girls in front of him were so scared that they fell to the ground. Only the tall girl in the middle looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression. Her charming eyes were so charming. When all the ripples, music, and dance disappeared, Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang regained their senses. They discovered that they were no longer in their original positions. Their eyes revealed confusion, and at the same time, they discovered that their spiritual power was slowly increasing, which made them extremely happy. Wu Fu lost his composure. He breathed heavily, and there was a lot of sweat on his old face. It was as if he had just experienced a huge battle. Is this how the Passion Peach Valley treats its guests? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and stared at the tall girl. A dragon shadow slowly appeared behind him, and a dense emperor's aura was released. The tall girl made a saluting gesture towards Ling Xiao and said, Peach Passion Valley's Kai Lian greets City Lord Ling. City Lord Ling, please don't be angry. I was just dancing for you. Please don't take offense. Hee, you must be the Passion Peach Valley's Valley Master, right? You make it sound so nice. Your dance almost caused our bodies to explode. Could it be that you don't want to explain yourself? Ling Xiao said in an imposing manner. Now that his power was established and his name was established, he did not care about the Passion Valley at all. The tall girl said in a tender voice, City Lord Ling, please don't be angry. It was Kai Lian's fault. Kai Lian will apologize to you right now. She paused for a moment and then said, I wonder what business does City Lord Ling have with my Peach Passion Valley? This Kai Lian was Peach Passion Valley's Valley Lord. Although her face was covered, it could still be seen that her face was definitely not old. Her beauty was definitely at the level of a calamity. Her dance just now actually had a great killing power. If it was an ordinary sky sovereign, they would not be able to resist being charmed. In the end, they would be confused by the illusions to the point that their blood would boil, and their meridians would explode and they would die. Even a half-step emperor like Wu Fu would not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's willpower was extraordinary, and he also had the supreme divine art to protect his body, so he did not fall for it. Ling Xiao did not want to waste time and immediately got to the point. Valley Lord Kai, my two senior sisters have been taken care of by you in your Peach Passion Valley, so I came to thank you. Although Ling Xiao said this to thank them, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in it. How could Kai Lian not understand the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words? She immediately looked at Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang, and a look of astonishment appeared in her beautiful eyes as she said, Good. Two good seedlings, they actually have the charm bone. She had already noticed the two girls just now. They were actually compatible with her charm dance array. And she felt that the two girls had their own unique ways. However, she did not expect that the two girls were actually disciples of her Peach Passion Valley. Greetings, Valley Lord. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang still greeted Kai Lian. Chapter 773. There were about 10 to 20,000 disciples, deacons and elders in the Peach Love Valley. As the Valley Master, it was naturally impossible for Kai Lian to do everything personally. It was also impossible for her to know every single disciple in the sect, let alone the outer sect disciples. However, she did not know about the existence of two disciples who possessed excellent charming bones. This made her feel extremely displeased. Charming bones was a type of innate physique. Only females would possess this physique. This type of physique was not commonly seen. There might not even be 1 in 100,000 females who possessed this type of physique. As long as a person who possessed the charming bones did not look too ugly, they would cause the opposite sex to develop an extremely strong temptation. Every glance of hers would carry an indescribable charm. It was like the feeling of turning back and smiling charmingly. It would cause others to feel that she was naturally charming, causing any man's imagination to run wild. In reality, that was not the case. Their inner heart and outer appearance were completely different. A person with this type of physique would cause many men who did not have a firm heart to develop an extremely strong temptation. This would cause their hearts to fall into the gentle fragrance and be unable to extricate themselves. In the ancient times, many monarchs had the saying, "The night of spring is bitter and the sun rises high." From then on, the monarchs would not attend morning court. It was because they met the concubines who possessed the charming bones that they would become infatuated with them. They would no longer care about the affairs of the country. They would even whisper in their ears and disturb the affairs of the country. They could really be considered as demons who brought calamity to the country. Other than being able to entice men, This type of physique was extremely effective in cultivating the mysterious techniques of charm. It was just that after they cultivated the charm techniques, their power of charm would become even more terrifying. Every single movement of theirs would cause men to develop a desire for them. It was very easy for them to let their imagination run wild. If both parties were in a hostile state and the man was bewitched, even if it was only for a split second, it would be enough for them to perish on the spot. As the Valley Master of the Peach Love Valley, Kai Lian possessed this type of physique that was one in a million. The charm techniques that she cultivated allowed her to maintain her youthful appearance and her crisp and sweet voice. Other than her, there was no one else in the entire sect who possessed this type of pure charming bones physique. She had always been looking for a successor with this type of physique. Unfortunately, after so many years, it was hard to find a second person. Are you all my valley's disciples? Kai Lian asked with a slightly agitated expression. In her heart, she thought that no matter what, she had to keep these two women. That way, the Love Peach Valley would be able to rise to a higher level in the future. Wu Meinyang replied. We have already joined the valley for 5 years. Yu Lian emphasized. But we've always been outer disciples. They hadn't had a good time in the valley these past few years, so it would be strange if they didn't complain. Bastard. Who the hell arranged for you to become outer disciples? I'll cripple her. Kai Lian was also very valiant when she got angry. She didn't care that there were outsiders present as she cursed loudly. Yes, Deacon Ganin. Yu Lian replied. Men, bring Ganin to me. I'm going to cripple her. Kai Lian roared angrily. Valley Master, there's no need for that. Deacon Ganin is no longer here. Yu Lian replied. She then said. Now senior sister and I want to say goodbye. We will leave the Love Valley. Yu Lian had completely corrected her attitude. She had already decided to follow Ling Xiao, and would not stay here any longer. Moreover, from the reactions of the elders and Kai Lian, it could be seen that they were extremely afraid of Ling Xiao. They even kept calling him City Lord Ling. Her junior brother was no longer the same as before, so she no longer needed to live her life by looking at others' faces. No, don't be rash. Both of you are good seedlings. Only by staying in our Peach Love Valley will you be able to develop better. This Valley Master will personally accept you as my disciples, and will definitely use the best resources to nurture you. How could Kai Lian let them leave so easily? She immediately stated her conditions and tempted them. Thank you for your kindness, Valley Master. If we could hear your words earlier, the two of us would definitely stay, but now, we won't stay anymore. As Yu Lian spoke, she looked at Ling Xiao and threw him a charming gaze. It was this man who gave her confidence. It was this man who gave her the chance to negotiate with the Valley Master on equal footing. Yu Lian's heart had already been completely filled by Ling Xiao. Kai Lian sensed Yu Lian's abnormality. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, City Lord Ling, I wonder what your conditions are for them to stay? She felt that Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang must have taken a fancy to Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was also attracted to them. Therefore, as long as Ling Xiao was willing to part with them, everything would be easy to discuss. It was just that it was not easy for a man who had tried the charm bone to give up on a woman. Ling Xiao took a sip of tea and smiled. Whether they want to stay or not, it's their choice. Valley Master Kai doesn't need to ask me. He paused for a moment before continuing. You might not know this, but they are my senior sisters. In the past, we were separated because of some matters. If they don't want to stay, no one can force them. I'm here today to thank Valley Master Kai for taking care of my two senior sisters. Kai Lian frowned slightly and said, Is there really no room for discussion? She really didn't want these two good seedlings to slip away from under her eyes. If that was the case, she would regret it to death. In her heart, she had already cursed the 18 generations of Gan Injia's ancestors. Such a good disciple didn't report to her earlier and actually suppressed them. They really deserve to die. It seems that my many years of delegating power has made some people look down on me, the Valley Master. Kai Lian thought to herself. Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang both looked at Ling Xiao, as if they were giving the decision to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, Since Valley Master Kai knows that my two senior sisters have extraordinary talent, then shouldn't you give them a greeting gift? After all, they were once a part of your Peach Love Valley, right? Moreover, they have worked hard in your Peach Love Valley for the past few years, so you should give them some rewards. Ling Zhao's words were complete nonsense, but this was his original intention in coming to the Peach Love Valley. He wanted to get some benefits from the Peach Love Valley, and it would be best if he could get some suitable profound arts for the two of them to cultivate. Ling Xiao had already said it so bluntly, if Kai Lian still didn't understand, she didn't need to be the Valley Master anymore. City Lord Ling, if they were still in the valley, I would definitely do my best to nurture them. Why must you be so overbearing? Kai Lian said. If it was only Ling Xiao, she wouldn't mind using her charm techniques to capture Ling Xiao. This man was definitely outstanding, and being able to conquer him was also a very wonderful and meaningful thing. However, the three people by Ling Zhao's side were all not ordinary people, and she was unable to see through the cultivation of two of them. They were actually not moved by the flirtatious dance formation that she had just used, which showed how firm their strength and will were. Valley Master Kai, your words are wrong. No matter what, my two senior sisters have joined your Peach Love Valley before. You should give them some gifts or rewards. Could it be that you want me to personally ask for them? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and said faintly. His aura was gradually rising, and his expression looked as if he would immediately snatch it away if he didn't give it to him. Ling Xiao, forget it anyway. This matter can't be blamed on Valley Master Kai, Wu Meinyang advised. Hearing Kai Lian's words just now, Wu Meinyang was more or less moved in her heart. After all, it was Gan Yin and her disciples who had made things difficult for them all these years, so they couldn't blame Kai Lian. No, I'm already here today. You guys definitely can't leave empty-handed. Ling Xiao immediately refused. It was already an honor for the Peach Love Valley that he did not start a massacre. If Kai Lian did not show some sincerity, he would not let this matter rest. He also wanted to know what a bully's taste was like. Kai Lian's heart was at a loss. It was already painful enough for her to not have two outstanding successors, and now she was even being blackmailed. Looks like Valley Master Kai does not plan to give me, Ling Xiao, any face. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, and a terrifying golden dragon image shot into the sky, causing the pavilion to tremble. The powerful aura pressed down towards Kai Lian. Kai Lian, who was at the quasi-emperor realm, felt as if the golden dragon was roaring towards her, and the terrifying aura made it difficult for her to breathe. She took a few steps back repeatedly, and fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. Now she finally understood why Ling Xiao was able to cause a stir in the central region. He was a high-level heavenly exalt, yet he was able to force her back with just his aura, and this ability was sufficient for him to look down upon many experts. Many elders of the Peach Love Valley had quickly gathered outside the pavilion. 3 quasi-emperors and hundreds of heavenly exalts were waiting solemnly, and it seemed as if they would immediately charge in to resist the enemy once the sound of battle was heard. At this moment, Du Tai and Song Minghua stood up as well, and the aura of 2 true Emperor Realm experts directly blasted a hole through the roof of the pavilion. The intense pressure even caused the expressions of the people of the Peach Love Valley to change. Valley Master Kai, you have to consider this carefully. Ling Xiao spoke once more. City Governor Ling, calm down. I know what to do. Kai Lian had no choice but to compromise. Everything was useless before absolute strength, and Kai Lian had no other choice. In the end, Kai Lian took out a copy of a charm technique that she'd kept for many years, and she also gave them some high-grade spirit herbs for skincare and beauty. The charm technique was what the two of them needed the most. With it, they wouldn't have to worry about being unable to bring forth the might of their charm to its strongest state. The two of them were naturally overjoyed to obtain these things, but Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied. Valley Master Kai, teach them that dance that both of you danced earlier as well. Let's forget about this matter. Ling Xiao spoke casually. Kai Lian felt like spitting blood in her heart. That dance was a formation, and so long as a group of charming women were gathered to practice it together, they would be able to bewitch a high-level cultivator. It was one of the ultimate formations of the Peach Love Valley. Ling Zhao's request truly caused her to feel resentful and helpless. Kai Lian handed over the diagram of the formation, and she only hoped that Ling Xiao and the others would leave as soon as possible. Ling Xiao felt that he wasn't an insatiably greedy person, so he said to Kai Lian, "Since Valley Master Kai is so sincere, I'll accept it on their behalf. In the future, the Peach Love Valley will be an ally of our Windy Cloud City, and Valley Master Kai is welcome to visit us at any time. There's no need to send me off." Chapter 774. Wind Cloud City used to be a dead city, but now it was flourishing and bustling with activity. Many cultivators rode on their own spirit beasts, moving about in a carefree manner. Many cultivators brought out spirit items that they had no use for and gathered to sell them. There were also many people coming and going to do business. The bustling shops on both sides of the official road had customers haggling over prices. Inns and restaurants were filled to the brim, and it seemed a little crowded. Amidst such a bustling scene, many warriors did not get into any conflicts. They restrained their spirit beasts as they walked. This was because there was a ban on fighting in the city. Not everyone dared to challenge the authority of the city lord's mansion. Usually, there were powerful guards patrolling the streets. Each of them had a domineering aura and a strong murderous aura. They seemed especially valiant and intimidating. Ling Xiao and the others returned to the outskirts of Wind Cloud City. Just as they reached the city gates, they were immediately blocked by the guards. Everyone has to pay 100 low-grade Xian crystals to enter the city. A king stage guard said, "Brother, do you know who I am?" Ling Xiao touched his nose, pointed at himself and said. Ling Xiao was a little depressed. He was the city lord of Wind Cloud City, but he was actually stopped and asked for an entrance fee. If word of this got out, he would probably become a laughingstock. The guard laughed and said, "I don't care who you are. If you don't pay the entrance fee, then it's better not to enter." "How dare you? Do you know that he is the city lord, young Master Ling Xiao? How dare you ask him for an entrance fee?" Wu Fu came out from behind and shouted. The guards all laughed. It seemed like they did not believe that Ling Xiao was their city lord. The guard rebuked. "If he is the city lord, then wouldn't I be the military advisor? If you don't have Xian crystals, then leave. There are at least 800 people like you who pretend to be the city lord. If you don't leave, then you will have to bear the consequences." Ling Xiao was speechless. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang, on the other hand, were all smiles. When they saw this overbearing man, there were also times when they felt helpless. Just as Wu Fu was about to lose his temper, an Empyrean-level martial artist hurriedly ran over and berated, "Are your dog eyes blind? Why aren't you bowing and letting the city lord pass after seeing him?" After saying that, the man went in front of Ling Xiao, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, "Welcome back to the city lord." This time, the nearby guards were all dumbfounded. How could they have known that the elegant young master in front of them was really the city lord? Suddenly, the dozen or so guards all knelt down and said, "Welcome back to the city lord." The guard who intercepted Ling Xiao didn't kneel, but his legs were trembling nonstop. There was no one here who did not know of the city lord's prestige. Now that he had offended the city lord, would he still have a good ending? The Empyrean was flustered and exasperated as he shouted, "How dare you? Why haven't you knelt down yet?" As the city guard deacon, he had long seen Ling Xiao's true appearance. When Ling Xiao was fighting outside the city, he had also seen Ling Xiao's heroic appearance from afar. He greatly admired and revered Ling Xiao. Now, not only did his subordinates not recognize Ling Xiao's identity, they even dared to disrespect Ling Xiao. How could he not be angry? "I'm sorry, city lord." That king-level guard's legs went soft, and he knelt down heavily towards Ling Xiao and begged for mercy. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Forget it, all of you get up. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. It is a good thing that you are loyal to your duty." After saying that, he even patted the guard's shoulder, and then led the few people behind him into the city. The group of guards were still in a daze. The guard who was patted on the shoulder by Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. City lord, he patted my shoulder, he didn't blame me, haha. City lord is so good." "That's right, I thought that the city lord would kill you. I didn't expect the city lord to be so easy to talk to. It really isn't like the rumors, killing one person with one step. Maybe the city lord is decisive in killing his enemies, but he is very good to his own people." Yes, it should be like this. The city lord is really young and easy to talk to. You bastards, if you still can't recognize the city lord in the future, I will cripple you. The Empyrean roared at his subordinates. Yes, we will not forget the city lord's appearance. The guards replied in unison. Well, it's good that you know. The city lord is indeed a good person. The Empyrean revealed a simple and honest smile, and said sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Ling Xiao and the others had already walked far away, so he didn't pay much attention to their words. If Ling Xiao heard this, he would probably curse out loud with a dark face. Who told you to give out the good person card? Although he had always felt that he was a kind and pure person, he did not think that he was a good person. Generally speaking, good people did not have a good ending. Yu Lai Yin and Wu Meinyang finally knew of Ling Xiao's true identity. They were both extremely curious. Ling Xiao actually occupied the city and became the king. Instead of joining one of those big powers as a true disciple and working hard to cultivate, in their minds, a mere city lord looked impressive, but in reality, it was not as powerful as a true disciple or an elder of a large sect. In fact, it was mainly because they did not know of Ling Xiao's ambitions. In the future, they all understood what Ling Xiao had done, and also understood why Ling Xiao lived alone in this place. Elder Du, are you satisfied with this place? Ling Xiao turned to Du Tai and asked. Du Tai nodded his head lightly and replied. Although it is slightly inferior to those famous big cities, there is still room for development. Looking at the flow of people here, it won't be a problem for it to develop into a city that is comparable to those big cities in the future. Of course I know that. Don't tell me that's all you see? Ling Xiao asked. Du Tai was momentarily at a loss. He did not understand what Ling Xiao wanted to ask. Song Minghua, who was at the side, said, Young Master Ling is saying that the number of mercenaries coming and going here is extremely large, and the number of weapons they need to buy is definitely especially large. Brother Tai, if you want to restore your prestige, it will definitely be a piece of cake here. Big Sister Hua is still the one who sees things clearly. Any alchemist or artificer, when they are engaged in their own profession, refining good pills or forging good weapons, who wouldn't want to use them to their own advantage, spread them out, and become famous everywhere? I believe that Elder Du also does not wish for the weapons that you have forged to not be used by anyone. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. I, Du Tai, was known as the Iron Hand back then. It is impossible for the weapons that I have forged to not be used by anyone. Du Tai said somewhat indignantly. No matter how good the weapons are, if no one buys them, and no one advertises them, it will be useless. Old Du, young master just wants to tell you that the stage of our Wind Cloud City is left for you to display to your heart's content. Don't let him down. Wu Fu said from the side. Young master, you can rest assured. Since I, Du Tai, have followed you, I will definitely do my job well. Du Tai patted his chest and replied. That's good. Our Wind Cloud City's weapons will be relying on you. And in terms of pills, we will also have to rely on Elder Wu. Ling Xiao laughed happily. Now that he had found a high-ranked master in alchemy and artificing, he could temporarily solve the problem of supplying the auction house. He could then relax and cultivate in peace. Although his current strength could be considered amongst the experts of the central region, he did not think that he was invincible. As the saying goes, there is no limit to martial arts. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. He would not be satisfied with the current situation. Upon returning to the city, Ling Xiao immediately arranged for Wu Fu and Du Tai's residences. The three of them were all emperors, and in the large powers, they were also grand elders. Ling Xiao would not neglect them. He had long since marked out many places for the city lord to live in, and at the very back of the city, he had even built a simple and elegant jade building for these big-name elders to live in and cultivate in. At the same time, Ling Xiao once again gathered the elders of the city lord's residence and introduced the three newly recruited elders to them. When Du Tai and his wife saw this group of people from the city lord's residence, they revealed shocked expressions. How could they have imagined that a mere city would have so many mystic emperors and heavenly venerables? In their hearts, their impression of Ling Xiao had improved by quite a few points. In the future, Elder Du will be our Wind Cloud City's #1 blacksmith. If anyone needs any weapons, Feel free to look for him. The prerequisite is that you have to prepare your own materials. After Ling Xiao finished his introduction, he said very casually. The others also passionately and respectfully said a few words in agreement before dispersing. Ling Xiao brought Yu Yanlai and Wu Meinyang to a courtyard that had been built independently. This courtyard was not small, and there were many rooms. The scenery was also very elegant. There was a small bridge over a flowing river, flower beds and spirit herbs, lush trees, pavilions and phoenix pavilions. This courtyard was an important place for Ling Xiao's harem. His women all lived here and cultivated in peace. When they just got close to this place, there was a wave of melodious music that was like clear spring water and hundreds of birds singing. That soothing and joyful music seemed to be able to wash away everyone's worries and unhappiness. What a beautiful sound. The person playing the guqin must be an absolute beauty. Yu Laiyan could not help but praise. Kiki, why do you say that? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and asked in return. Do you think I don't know your character? It would be strange if ordinary women could enter your eyes. Yu Laiyan rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, Are you praising me or praising yourself? Ling Xiao teased. Character. Yu Laiyan flirtatiously scolded Ling Xiao. Her delicate face flushed red. The three of them passed through the corridor and entered the courtyard. They saw a few absolute beauties sitting quietly in the pavilion, listening to one of them play. Dong. When the lingering sound ended, all the women in the pavilion looked at Ling Xiao and the other two. Young master has brought women back again. A woman in plain white clothes said with some jealousy. She looks like an enchantress. Why is young master's taste getting worse and worse? Another woman with shallow dimples on her face chimed in. Among the women, the charming woman in the middle walked lightly to Ling Xiao. She tidied up Ling Xiao's clothes and said lightly, You are back. Yes, I made you worry again. Ling Xiao held her hand gently and said warmly. At this time, two people shouted in surprise at the same time. How could it be you? Chapter 775. The ones who spoke were Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui. The two of them didn't like each other from the very beginning. One was naturally charming and cheerful. The other was naturally cold and unapproachable. One fire and one ice. They had completely different personalities and attributes. They seemed to be natural enemies. Since the time at the Purple Sky sect, they bickered all the time, and even used their swords to determine life and death. Later, they also fell in love with Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao was caught in an abyss of suffering. Now that the two of them met again, it was filled with the smoke of war. Yu Laiyan looked at Bing Ruoshui and said with some envy, I didn't expect you to come to the central region. It seems that you're doing well. Your figure has become much fuller. It seems that junior brother has nourished you a lot. She didn't expect that Bing Ruoshui would be in Ling Xiao's backyard so early. It really surprised her. Back then, she knew that Ling Xiao yearned for Yin Mingqi. Now that she didn't see Yin Mingqi, she felt puzzled. However, the many beauties in front of her shocked her. But when she thought of how outstanding Ling Xiao was, how could he lack beauties by his side? She felt a strong sense of crisis. It was not easy to snatch such an outstanding man from the crowd. Bing Ruoshui was already thin-skinned. When Yu Laiyan said it in front of everyone, a cold air instantly burst out from her body. I'm not as shameless as you, Bing Ruoshui shouted. If there weren't others present, she couldn't wait to fight 300 rounds with Yu Laiyan. Hee, don't tell me you're still a virgin. I don't believe it. Yu Laiyan lightly slapped Bing Ruoshui's butt, like a pervert teasing a beautiful woman. It was a different kind of flavor to watch. But before her hand could touch Bing Ruoshui, another hand slapped her hand to the side. Yao Qingmin appeared beside Bing Ruoshui and said with her hands on her waist, What are you doing? You dare to bully my junior sister? Are you tired of living? Oh, so you have a helper. We also have senior sister. Who's afraid of who? Yu Laiyan looked at Yao Qingmin seductively. At the same time, she pulled Wu Meinyang to her side. Yao Qingmin coldly snorted and said, Humph, you two are like demons. I really don't know why young master likes you too. Later, let Sister Yin tell you two to pack up and leave. I thought it was some amazing figure, but it turns out it's just a maid. Junior apprentice brother won't listen to you. Haha, she's his senior apprentice sister and wife. Hurry up and call her young mistress, laughed Yu Lian. Yao Qingmin glanced up and down at Yu Lian's fiery body and said, "You think a seductress like you is worthy?" She had always felt that her figure was the proudest, but in front of Yu Lian, she still felt a little inferior, which made her very unhappy. "You're still as shameless as ever. With all these big sisters here, it's not your turn to be arrogant," said Bing Ruoshui coldly. "Shamelessness isn't something you can say with your mouth. It's given to you by others. As a servant, you're shameless to jump out and speak." Wu Meinyang also helped Yu Lian to ridicule Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin. "You insulted my senior apprentice sister. I'll kill you." Bing Ruoshui was impatient and took out her weapon to attack Wu Meinyang. Fine, we'll see who's the real deal." Wu Meinyang wasn't willing to be outdone. For a moment, the four women became arrogant and domineering. "That's enough. If you keep making noise, all of you get out," a dignified voice shouted. Kai Sheyue walked toward the four women with a cold face. She had just broken through to the low-level celestial venerable level, and the aura she released was very frightening. The four women were only earthly sovereign level, and they were suppressed to the point that they didn't dare utter a word. Kai Sheyue said coldly, "I don't care what the relationship between you all was. If you all want to stay by Zhao's side, you'd better behave. Otherwise, I don't mind kicking you all out of here." Kai Sheyue was the oldest among the women, and Her Majesty was second only to Feng Xianyun. The main reason was that Feng Xianyun rarely cared about these things. In her heart, there was only Ling Xiao. But Kai Sheyue was different. She also wholeheartedly belonged to Ling Xiao, but she knew that she couldn't help Ling Xiao for the time being. So she could only share some of his daily troubles behind his back, such as letting his women get along with him obediently. Without pressure behind him, he could concentrate on doing great things. "Sister Yu, they're new bullies." Yao Qingmin came to Kai Sheyue's side and said coquettishly. Kai Sheyue softened her tone and said, "All right, we'll all be family in the future. Don't make a big fuss over such trivial matters. This will only make our husband hate you." She said this to Yao Qingmin, but she was also reminding Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang to behave themselves. "This sister is right. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Yu Lian was very tactful. She knew that the woman in front of her was very powerful here, so she didn't dare to provoke her. At this time, Ling Xiao pulled Feng Xianyun's hand and walked over, saying, "You are as right. In the future, we'll all be family. I don't want you all to fight tit for tat, especially senior sister Lai Yan and senior sister Ruoshui. Whatever disagreements you had before, it's all in the past. Now that we're in a foreign land, we must unite. What do you think?" Ling Xiao looked at the women he had taken in. In addition to feeling proud, he was more worried that they would fight. If he couldn't even manage a small family, how could he manage the people of a city? Therefore, Ling Xiao definitely didn't want his women to be jealous and make things unpleasant. Bing Ruoshui said angrily, "I won't lower myself to her level." Yu Lian smiled tenderly. "No matter what, we're all martial sisters of the same sect. They won't make a big fuss." "That's good." Ling Xiao responded softly, then said to Bai Yushi, "Yushi, arrange their residences. They'll be staying here from now on." With the addition of Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang, Ling Zhao's harem seemed to have become a lot stronger. The main wife, Feng Xianyun, was unshakable, and the others were Kai Sheyue, Bai Yushi, Ji Beixin, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, Yu Lian, and Wu Meinyang. There were a total of 8 beauties serving him, and if Yin Mingqi and Wei Dyer, who hadn't returned yet, were included, the number would reach double digits. Ling Zhao's original goal of wielding the power of the world and lying on the knees of beauties was getting closer and closer. If other men saw that Ling Xiao had so many beauties, they would probably go crazy with envy. Each of them was as beautiful as a flower, and each had their own merits. It was really dazzling. One couldn't help but sigh inwardly that Ling Xiao enjoyed the blessings of having multiple wives. The days passed peacefully, and the Gu family and Sha Tian's forces didn't make much movement for the time being. Ling Xiao didn't want to start a war for the time being, so he calmed his heart and entered a state of closed-door cultivation. Now that his unique origin-returning divine technique had reached the 6th level of crystal phase, He could cultivate the 7th level of soul condensation at any time. And the ancient emperor's divine technique had also reached the peak of the 5th transformation. He could also start cultivating the 6th transformation, consciousness refinement. As for the accumulation of spiritual energy, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about it. The 3 foreign objects in his sea of consciousness were absorbing spiritual energy almost all the time. Even though only a small portion of it was fed back to his dantian, the amount of spiritual energy that was fed back was already difficult for others to reach even if they worked hard to cultivate. Right now, he needed to first cultivate all the experience he had accumulated and all the cultivation methods that he had stagnated in the past. The unique origin-returning Qi soul condensation realm could condense one's own soul and gradually strengthen it, finally reaching the next level, astral projection realm. It sounded simple, but it wasn't that easy to do. Every martial artist had a soul, and they could all be born in the sea of consciousness. And this soul condensation didn't just refer to the condensation of a form, but to allow the soul to cultivate and become stronger like a real body, allowing it to have a certain fighting ability. Once it reached the perfect realm, the soul could leave the body, like a real body, and fight with others, and the power would not be inferior to the strength of the real body. The spiritual fluid in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was huge, and his soul power was also many times stronger than ordinary people. If he wanted to cultivate this level of soul condensation, it would have a double effect. Ling Xiao, who was in the sea of consciousness, started to cultivate the profound skill that he was most familiar with. In the beginning, every movement seemed stiff, and he couldn't hold on for too long before the soul power automatically dissipated. Maintaining soul power consumed a lot of mental energy. Like Ling Xiao, he could only hold on for a few days, and then he had to recover his mental energy before he could continue. It could be seen that this level wasn't that easy to cultivate. However, Ling Xiao realized that every time he recovered his mental energy also grew a little, which made him feel very surprised, but also very happy. With this discovery, Ling Xiao used his soul to cultivate even more crazily. As time passed, his soul form also became more and more solid, and his waving movements also became more and more skillful, and the consumption gradually decreased a lot. After stabilizing this level, Ling Xiao began to cultivate the refinement of consciousness realm. With Zhan Wang's memory inheritance, and the complete ancient emperor divine technique's mnemonic chant, he could directly enter the state of cultivation. This change was mainly aimed at the defense of the sea of consciousness. It allowed the spiritual fluid in the sea of consciousness to form layers of defense, wrapping around the sea of consciousness to prevent mental energy attacks. Back in the chaotic abyss of war, Ling Xiao used mental energy to attack Zhan Wang, but it was a pity that it didn't have any effect. That was because Zhan Wang had already reached the peak of the refinement of consciousness, transformation, and was no longer attacked by mental energy. Although there were very few people who knew how to use mental power to attack nowadays, Ling Xiao knew from the Zhanwang's memories that there was an ancient human race called the Soul Race. They were a group of humans who were most adept at using mental power to attack. Back then, their existence could be said to have caused many powerhouses to be fearful. Ling Xiao's cultivation of this transformation was to be prepared for any eventualities. It was also during the days when Ling Xiao was in seclusion. A letter of challenge quietly arrived at Wind Cloud City. Chapter 776. In the Wind Cloud City's City Lord residence, Feng Xianyuan represented Ling Xiao and sat on the City Lord residence's seat. Xianyao, Kai Sheyue, Yiyun Feng Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng Wang Tung Wu Fu Du Tai Song Minghua Li Shui. All the inner residence elders were present. Elder Han and Mad Tooth had already retreated behind the scenes while Savage Leopard had already entered the Death Mountain range to break through. Savage Leopard had already reached the peak of low-level Mystic Tharch. He could have used the supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir to advance, but he didn't do so. Because he was originally a reincarnated soul, he had his complete memories. He was previously a peak Mystic Tharch, but now that he had recultivated, there was no bottleneck to speak of. He only needed to accumulate a certain amount of spirit qi to break through. Now that many elders were gathered together, there was an urgent matter to discuss. This matter was related to their city lord Ling Xiao. Feng Xianyun sat on the city lord's seat. Her calm, and elegant temperament was fully displayed. She frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Military advisor, why did you gather everyone in such a hurry?" Xian Yao handed a golden invitation to Feng Xianyun and said, "Madam Yun, you will naturally understand after reading it." Feng Xianyun took the golden invitation and opened it. A line of words entered her eyes. Special invitation to Brother Ling Xiao for a martial contest at the Tianju Lake. Wu Bufan pays his respects. Other than this line of words, there was also the time of the invitation, which was the martial contest in 3 months. The meaning was self-evident. This was a letter of challenge from the spiritual martial court's Wu Bufan. According to the rules, the other party had already sent a letter of challenge, and there were only 2 ways to deal with it. One was to reject the letter and admit defeat, and the other was to accept the letter of challenge. Xian Yao was well aware of Ling Zhao's personality, so he accepted the letter of challenge and passed it to Feng Xianyun to decide. After all, Ling Xiao was in seclusion, and only heaven knew when he would come out of seclusion. "This is a letter of challenge for Xiao. Who is this Wu Bufan?" Feng Xianyun asked. Yi Yunfeng replied from the side. "Wu Bufan? Could it be the monstrous genius of the spiritual martial pavilion, Wu Bufan?" Xian Yao said. "That's right, it's him. This letter of challenge was sent by an elder of the martial spirit court. He's still waiting for the young master's reply. Now that the young master is in closed-door cultivation, Madam Yin, please make the decision. Sister Yu, do you think we should accept this post or not?" Feng Xianyun cast her gaze on Kai Sheyue and asked, "Of course, why not? With my husband's character, it is impossible for him to lose without a fight. Moreover, with my husband's strength, apart from the older generation, there are few who are his match. Even if this person is an evildoer of the martial spirit pavilion, my husband will definitely win." Kai Sheyue replied confidently. Lu Kun spoke as well. "That's right. The young master's strength is even stronger than an ordinary emperor rank expert. A mere Wu Bufan is nothing." "Elder Lu, that makes sense. But that Wu Bufan seems to have killed 2 independent emperor rank experts not too long ago. And this news has already spread throughout the Central Territory. Some people say that he and the young master are the strongest experts of the new generation in the Central Territory. However, the young master once suppressed Wu Bufan on the imperial rankings, and the young master's accomplishments in battle are even more shocking than Wu Bufan's, so the young master's reputation is even higher than Wu Bufan's. Now that Wu Bufan has challenged the young master, I presume he wants to use the young master's name to ascend," Xian Yao said. Although Xian Yao had lived in the city governor's mansion for a long time and rarely left the mansion, he was always paying attention to the developments in the Central Territory. So he had received the news about Wu Bufan a long time ago. Everyone present was surprised when they heard the news from Xian Yao. As expected of an outstanding disciple of the martial spirit court, he really does have the strength to compete with the young master. Yang Xianfeng sighed from the side. No matter what, with the young master's character, he will definitely accept this challenge. I believe that the young master will definitely win. Lu Kun insisted on his opinion. Almost everyone had the same opinion. They all knew that with Ling Zhao's strength and character, it was absolutely impossible for him not to accept the challenge. All right, since everyone thinks that Xiao won't lose, then I will accept the challenge on his behalf, Feng Xianyun said, and then she looked at Xian Yao and said, I'll have to trouble the military advisor to inform the elders of the martial spirit court that my husband will definitely come to the appointment on time. Another month passed, and the news of Wu Bufan of the martial spirit court challenging the city governor of Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao, had spread like wildfire, and it shocked many martial artists. For a time, the sounds of discussion rose from all directions. There were even many places where the betting rate was 1-1. Although Ling Zhao's superficial achievements were much better than Wu Bufan's, Wu Bufan was a disciple of the martial spirit court and had the best resources to train him, so he should have a lot of corresponding trump cards. Moreover, although Wu Bufan had challenged Ling Xiao in his own name, he also carried the glory of the martial spirit court, and the martial spirit court would definitely not allow him to lose. As for Ling Zhao's achievements, Everyone had seen it for themselves. As the only disciple of the demonic emperor, he had once defeated Wu Bufan in the imperial list competition and obtained the title of first emperor. This was enough to prove that his strength was superior to his peers, and now that he had moved to Wind Cloud City, his prestige was unparalleled. Most people still could not determine who would win and who would lose in this battle. As soon as the news spread, there were already many martial artists who had started to head towards the Lake of Tianju, waiting for the battle to begin. The Lake of Tianju was a huge lake that did not form naturally, and it was man-made. More than 6,000 years ago, it was not called the Lake of Tianju, but the Peak of Tianju. It was the tallest peak in the central region, piercing into the sky, looking majestic and majestic. Later, because of a peerless battle, the Peak of Tianju was razed to the ground, and the surrounding tens of thousands of miles around it was bombarded with thousands of holes and countless deep pits. Finally, because of the passage of time and the accumulation of rain, a lake was formed. This lake was also named after the Peak of Tianju. That battle was the most earth-shattering battle in tens of thousands of years. The four great legends, bloodthirsty blade tyrant, demonic emperor, single-minded sword addict, and invincible mad monk fought in the Peak of Tianju. In the end, the four great legends all disappeared from the central region, and no one knew the result, and no one knew where the four of them went. Now one of the four great legends, demonic emperor, had appeared in recent years, and his successor, Ling Xiao, was even more famous in the central region. Finally, one of the four great legends knew that he had gone to the heaven domain. Did the other three also go to the heaven domain? Or was it that only the demonic emperor survived among the four? Everyone was also puzzled. Wu Bufan decided to fight at the Lake of Tianju, and his intention was self-evident. He definitely hoped that the battle with Ling Xiao would become a classic battle, and he also hoped that one day, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the four great legends. Wu Bufan's intention and ambition were not small. While the outside world was in an uproar, one of the main characters, Ling Xiao, was still in seclusion. In a special seclusion room in the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao was meditating with his eyes closed. In his spiritual sea, the appearance of his soul was already quite solid, and his punches and legs looked very good, and it was very magical. This time, Ling Xiao had been in seclusion for almost half a year. In this half a year, the 7th level of the unique Unity Energy Divine Art was already on the right track, and the soul condensation was already quite successful. As long as he cultivated diligently, he would be able to break through to the 8th level, the astral projection realm. At that time, it would not be a problem for him to fight with others in the air. In his previous life, Ling Xiao knew that Xiongba, who cultivated the 3 parts Unity Energy Divine Art, had only just cultivated to the astral projection realm. At that time, he had unified the pugilistic world and dominated the pugilistic world. If it was not for the wind and cloud wall that created a terrifying new ultimate move, he would not have died with a grievance. In addition to cultivating the unique Unity Energy Divine Art, Ling Xiao had also made some achievements in the 6th form of the Ancient Emperor Divine Art, the cultivation of consciousness. Around the spiritual sea, a part of the spiritual liquid had actually turned into a substance, and the walls around the sea were strengthened and solidified, as if a thick wall had been added around the sea, stabilizing and surrounding it. At this time, if he encountered a martial artist who knew how to attack with spiritual force, that spiritual force would definitely not be able to hurt Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness immediately, unless the spiritual force had reached a very terrifying level. It would be possible to break this defense with one blow. This transformation of the cultivation of consciousness was only at the minor accomplishment realm. When it reached the perfection realm, ordinary spiritual force attacks would not be able to affect it. This was also the magic of the Ancient Emperor Divine Art. Whether it was the muscles of the body, or even the sea of consciousness, it could be defended. This was definitely a rare body refining divine art in the world. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the cultivation of the past half a year. He felt that he had not cultivated for a long time, and felt that his realm progress was much slower. If others knew that he thought like this, they would not want to live in this world. Such a terrifying advancement speed was definitely rare in the central region, and he actually thought it was slow. This guy was simply too pretentious. Ling Xiao originally wanted to continue cultivating in seclusion for a period of time to deepen his cultivation, but his mind kept feeling a little unfocused, as if something had happened. With regards to this kind of feeling, Ling Xiao felt good after trying it out. He even suspected that this was a woman's unique sixth sense, but he was clearly a man. Could it be that there was also such a thing as a sixth sense? No matter what, Ling Xiao's mind was already somewhat unsettled, so he decided to come out of seclusion to see if anything had really happened. Sure enough, as soon as he walked out of the seclusion room, someone was waiting for him. "Young master, you've come out of seclusion. Madame Yan asked you to immediately look for her after you come out." Feng Chen walked out from a corner and bowed. "And I understand." Ling Xiao frowned slightly, then walked towards his residence. Normally, he would still share a room with Feng Xianyan. After all, they were husband and wife. Feng Xianyan was fully deserving of being the main wife, and the other women could be regarded as concubines and maids. Before Ling Xiao could walk to the front of the house, Feng Xianyan, Kai Xia and you came out of the room. "Yin, you're all here." Ling Xiao greeted. "Xiao, you've finally come out. If you didn't come out, sister you and I would have gone to worry about your seclusion," Feng Xianyan said with a bit of anxiety. Chapter 777. Why are you in such a panic? Ling Xiao asked. He rarely saw such an expression on Feng Xianyan's face, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Feng Xianyan calmly took out the letter of challenge and handed it to Ling Xiao, saying, "Look at it yourself." Ling Xiao took the golden leather invitation with a puzzled expression. He opened it and was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Haha, Wu Bufan, you dare to challenge me? You're indeed courageous. I hope you don't disappoint me." Ling Xiao looked at the letter of challenge and laughed instead of being afraid. He remembered the battle between him and Yuan Zhantian in the chaotic abyss of war. It was a very hearty fight, and he still missed the feeling of being evenly matched. Wu Bufan was the most outstanding disciple of the martial spirit pavilion, but he didn't know how capable he was. Previously, the devil son of the Black Demon sect had already disappointed him. He hoped that the outstanding evildoer of the number 1 pavilion in the central region would give him the opportunity to display his full strength. "Don't laugh, my husband. There's only a little more than a month until the date of the decisive battle. We must leave immediately to reach the Lake of Despair." Kai Xiaoyue reminded him. "Well, it's a little rushed, but it doesn't matter." Ling Xiao replied softly, his dragon eyes flashing with excitement. Ling Xiao returned to his room, and the two ladies helped him bathe and change his clothes. It was unknown whether it was because Ling Xiao was going to fight, or because they missed each other for half a year, but the two women took the initiative to provoke Ling Xiao's desire. The three of them inevitably flirted with each other in the room, and the situation was quite intense. One day passed, and the two women were nourished by Ling Xiao like delicate flowers after the rain. They looked so delicate and beautiful, and the amorous feelings of young married women were revealed on their faces. Ling Xiao looked at their amorous and plump bodies, and he almost didn't want to get out of bed. He couldn't help but sigh that his temperament was really getting worse. Women are the source of trouble. This saying is true. Ling Xiao praised in his heart. Ling Xiao was helped by the two women to put on his martial attire. A set of black martial attire wrapped around his body. His distinct muscle lines were faintly discernible, showing off his masculine and strong physique. His bewitching face carried a bit of evil qi, and even more a bit of a resolute temperament. His extraordinary bearing was revealed in front of everyone, enough to instantly kill any woman. Ling Xiao put on his cloak and strode out of the room with a majestic gait. Almost all of his women had gathered here. Only Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang were not there. They knew that they were the weakest, so they had been in a state of isolation. All the women wanted to follow Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao rejected them one by one. Ling Xiao wasn't too worried about this battle. There was no need to make such a big scene, and it wasn't a separation of life and death. Before leaving, Xian Yao specially said, "Young master, some people might take action on this trip. Why don't you let Elder Mad Tooth go with you? That way, you'll have an extra layer of protection." Ling Xiao then thought of his enemies who were biding their time. They probably wouldn't let go of this opportunity to kill him. Ling Xiao waved his hand and refused. No need. Feng Chen will go with me. The rest of you stay and do what you need to do. Ling Xiao couldn't wait for more enemies to come and attack him. It would be a good opportunity for him to hone his skills. Moreover, he had many life-saving trump cards. There were only a few people in the central region who could take his life, so he didn't have anything to worry about. Ling Xiao took Feng Chen to the Tianju Lake in a low-key manner. The spiritual martial pavilion was the #1 power in the central region. They existed in an independent space. The space was like another world. There were mountains, forests, strange flowers and plants, and spiritual beasts. There were also many ancient palaces everywhere, and they seemed to be majestic and imposing. In a secluded place, a young man dressed in a simple white robe slowly walked out, wearing a pair of straw sandals. This young man's appearance was ordinary, and he had a kind smile. He was like a young man next door, giving off an amiable feeling. One couldn't sense his aura at all, as if he was just a young man without any martial strength. A simple and inexplicable temperament appeared on his body, as if he was out of this world. This young man was the most outstanding chief disciple of the spiritual martial pavilion's younger generation, Wu Bufan. He was the genius of the central region, and was once the monstrous genius with the highest chance of obtaining the first martial emperor. Unfortunately, another unknown dark horse took away the glory that belonged to him. The halo on his head was stained, and his path of martial cultivation was filled with unwillingness. In order to erase that stain, he wanted to challenge that person and regain his status as the strongest of the younger generation. Wu Bufan was like his name. Since the day he was chosen by the pavilion master of the spiritual martial pavilion, he was destined to be extraordinary. He had a nickname that no one knew, the martial madman. He was addicted to martial arts. From the day he started cultivating, he rarely stopped cultivating. As his strength grew stronger day by day, he began to challenge high-level opponents. In the beginning, there was definitely no good outcome. However, as he challenged more and more, his combat strength became more and more abnormal. The speed of his growth was also many times faster than his peers, and his combat strength was even more abnormal. Now that he had reached the peak of the Heavenly Master rank at the age of 30, many people were left in the dust. In recent years, he had even killed 2 rogue mystic emperors, and was in the limelight for a while. However, that person was always one step ahead of him, and his reputation was even stronger than his. The 2 rising stars of this generation were destined to battle sooner or later. The time had come, and the battle was finally going to begin. Young Pavilion Master, I don't know who leaked the news, but now everyone knows about the battle between you and Ling Xiao. An emperor bowed slightly and said to Wu Bufan. Wu Bufan was outstanding, and he had already been appointed as the next young pavilion master of the spiritual martial pavilion. Wu Bufan spoke in a composed manner. It doesn't matter if it's spread. Some people just like to cause trouble blindly. However, if anyone dares to cause trouble before this battle, then I, Wu Bufan, will be the first to not let them off. His ordinary appearance revealed an extraordinary aura, and it would be a huge mistake to take him to be a young man who would do no harm to animals. Then, young Pavilion Master, are you going to set off now? The Emperor asked. Yes, I will set off after greeting my master. I will set off from here, and I will arrive earlier than him from Wind Cloud City. I hope this battle won't disappoint me. Wu Bufan's eyes flashed with excitement. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time since the Imperialist tournament. In another area of the spiritual martial pavilion, Kong Lan, who was also an outstanding disciple of the spiritual martial pavilion, was kneeling on one knee in front of an old man. Her face was full of respect, but at the same time, she looked a little nervous. The old man's back was facing Kong Lan, and he said in a cold voice, "Was it you who leaked the news?" Kong Lan lowered her head and replied, "I wonder what the matter is, master." You still dare to bully your master?" The old man snorted coldly, and turned his face over. His expression was cold. The old man had a head full of silver hair, and even his eyebrows and beard were snow white. However, his face looked like it was only 50 years old, and he did not look old at all. This person was Kong Lan's master, Old Man Han Qian, who was at the peak of the middle stage mystic emperor. He was an inner sect elder of the spiritual martial pavilion, and he had a lot of power. Kong Lan saw that her master was angry, and did not dare to pretend anymore. She immediately revealed a panicked expression and said, "Master, I just want to show off for junior brother. With his strength, killing that bastard would be a piece of cake. I just can't stand his arrogance. And I want everyone to see junior brother trample him to the point where he will never be able to rise again." Han Qian stared at his disciple, and a little resentful said, "If only your goal was so simple. I'm afraid you have ulterior motives. If you really hate him that much, then you should use your own strength to suppress him. Lan, or your Tianbin is not inferior to any genius. It's just that your junior brother Bufan was born because of the situation. That's why you're under him. If you're willing to work hard, it won't be difficult for you to surpass me in the future. This disciple will remember Master's teachings." Kong Lan lowered her head and replied, "That's right, the news of Wu Bufan and Ling Zhao's battle at the Tianju Lake was leaked by Kong Lan. Originally, Wu Bufan did not want everyone to know, but Kong Lan did not think so. He had been bullied by Ling Xiao in Wind Cloud City, and a seed of hatred had long been planted in his heart. He wanted Ling Xiao to die as soon as possible. Previously, the Gu clan and Sha Tian's people joined forces, but they were not able to kill Ling Xiao, and were instead killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was deeply imprinted in Kong Lan's heart, and Ling Xiao had already become Kong Lan's inner demon. As long as Ling Xiao was not eliminated, it would be difficult for him to get rid of his inner demon. If he wanted to advance, it would not be so easy. You should also go and watch the battle. The battle between the two young emperors should be of great benefit to you," Han Qian said to Kong Lan. "Yes, master," Kong Lan responded, and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. At the Gu clan's important place, after receiving the news of the battle between Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan, they had already begun to closely arrange for the reclusive supreme elders to set off for the Tianju Lake. Ling Xiao had first killed Gu Yufei and a few others from the Gu clan, and then he had killed Gu Xing, the direct supreme elder. The Gu clan had long been shaken. They had not made any moves because they were preparing a foolproof plan to kill Ling Xiao in one blow. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared with great fanfare, if they did not take revenge, the Gu clan's reputation would fall to rock bottom, and the Gu killing token would become useless. At the same time, the Gu clan greatly increased the bounty on the Gu killing token again. After all, Ling Zhao's strength was getting stronger, and they needed even more powerful martial artists to be able to deal with him. In addition, Sha Tian was also secretly preparing a plan to kill Ling Xiao. They had lost a lot of people, and even Jin Sha had been left behind. How could they swallow the insult and humiliation like this? Once Sha Tian accepted a mission, he would definitely complete it. They would never allow a mission to fail. For a time, a storm began to rise in all directions. An invisible killing net was quietly laid out. Ling Zhao's trip this time was destined to not be peaceful, but could he still kill his enemies with a smile this time? Chapter 778. The Lake of Absolute Heaven was located in the northeast of the central region, on a desolate plain that was devoid of humans and birds. This plain was known as the Windbreaker Plain, and it was overgrown with weeds for tens of thousands of miles. There were few trees, flowers, and spirit herbs. It was an extremely barren land. More than 6,000 years ago, there was the highest peak in the central region, the Peak of Absolute Heaven. However, the Peak of Absolute Heaven no longer existed, and its original position had been replaced by a lake. The lake was like the sky, rippling with blue waves that merged with the sky, making it seem especially quiet and beautiful. This place, which used to be devoid of people, had suddenly become incomparably lively recently. Many powerful warriors set up camp around the lake and chatted, as if they were waiting for something big to happen. There's still half a month. I wonder which one of them will arrive first. According to the schedule, the Martial Spirit Pavilion is closer to here. I think that Wu Bufan will arrive earlier than us. That's hard to say. Who doesn't want to be the first to familiarize themselves with the terrain and seize the initiative? Maybe Ling Xiao will arrive first. These two great venerables have already surpassed their peers by too much. To be able to see them fight, I think this trip will not be in vain. That's right, that Ling Xiao is the only successor of one of the 4 legendary evil emperors. His sudden rise in fame in the past few years is truly inconceivable. Even the evil emperor back then didn't seem as dazzling as him. That's right, looking at his current momentum, it seems that he wants to establish his own territory and establish his own power. His ambition is not small. That's true, but I think more highly of Wu Bufan. He has already been called the next young pavilion master, so it can be seen how much importance the spiritual martial pavilion places on him. In this battle between dragons and tigers, there's a 50-50 chance of victory. Both of them have killed Emperor stage experts, so they can no longer be viewed as ordinary people. As the day of the decisive battle approached, more and more warriors gathered, and many people from the Dafeng faction rushed over to watch the battle. This peaceful place seemed to be no longer peaceful. There were still 5 days before the battle, and Wu Bufan arrived at the Lake of Absolute Heaven. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. However, Wu Bufan had no intention of communicating with them. He flew straight to the center of the lake, and sat cross-legged on the surface of the water with his eyes closed. It was as if he was one with the lake, making people feel as if he was sitting on the surface of the lake so naturally and leisurely. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, This is the realm of unity of heaven and man. This is real. He has only been here for a while, but he has already merged with heaven and earth? That's way too perverted. This kid's temperament really can't be compared to normal people, as expected of the monstrous genius who is regarded as Sir Ling Wu's successor. With such comprehension ability, it'll be a piece of cake for him to step into the emperor rank, and he'll definitely become a saint in the future. I just don't know if Ling Xiao has the same ability. The realm of unity of heaven and man meant that a cultivator's body had merged with heaven and earth, and was able to sense everything in the world. It allowed a cultivator to enter a state of comprehension with relative ease, and it sped up one's comprehension of the path of the martial Tao, and allowed one to advance even more swiftly. Wu Bufan had merged with heaven and earth in just a short moment, and attained the realm of unity of heaven and man. After all, ordinary people had to rely on fortune and comprehension to enter this realm. So who could enter it so easily like Wu Bufan? Others could only feel envious and jealous at this sight. Right when Wu Bufan was in a meditative state, a figure swiftly flashed up to the surface of the water. Everyone was surprised, and they thought that Ling Xiao had arrived as well. I want to fight you. An imposing figure pointed a golden rod at Wu Bufan from afar and shouted in alarm. A terrifying aura surged and swept out incessantly from the surroundings of the lake. This person was actually the one who had fought with Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war, Yuan Zhantian. Judging from his current aura, he had the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable, and his figure was becoming more and more similar to a sacred battle ape. If it wasn't for the fact that his face was like a human's, everyone would have thought that he was a descendant of a sacred battle ape. Who are you? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame this old man for being impolite. One of the mystic emperors who had come with Wu Bufan suddenly appeared, and shouted at Yuan Zhantian. Wu Bufan did not open his eyes, and he said indifferently, Elder Lan, there's no need to be angry. You can go to the side first. The spiritual martial pavilion elder hesitated for a moment, but he still retreated. Wu Bufan's body was as light as a swallow, and he stood up with the tip of his foot on the surface of the lake. His entire person seemed extraordinary. He opened his lightning-like eyes and looked straight at Yuan Zhantian. Brother Yuan's strength is even stronger than before. This is truly a cause for celebration. However, I only have one opponent now. If Brother Yuan wishes to fight, could you wait until after my battle with him? Yuan Zhantian met Wu Bufan's gaze and said, I am the only one who can defeat him, so you must defeat me first before you can challenge him. In the past, Yuan Zhantian and Ling Xiao had fought in the chaotic abyss of war. Both sides were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. In the end, Ling Xiao won by a small margin. That was Yuan Zhantian's first defeat, and he accepted it wholeheartedly. However, he did not think that he would be unable to surpass Ling Xiao in this lifetime. In his heart, he always thought that one day he would be able to fight with Ling Xiao again. He was determined to defeat Ling Xiao to avenge his previous humiliation. Before this, he had been in closed-door training, doing his best to improve his strength. Unexpectedly, not long after he came out of closed-door training, he heard the news of Wu Bufan challenging Ling Xiao, so he rushed here at top speed. Although he believed that Ling Xiao would not lose to Wu Bufan, he believed that Wu Bufan was not his opponent. How could he challenge Ling Xiao? "Brother Yuan, why are you so stubborn?" Wu Bufan asked. Yuan Zhantian said, "Come on, defeat me first, then fight him." "Don't you think this is very unfair to me?" Wu Bufan frowned slightly. "I don't care, unless you let me fight him first," Yuan Zhantian said, not giving in at all. "In that case, I will fulfill your wish first." Wu Bufan was a naturally belligerent person. He knew that Yuan Zhantian's strength was very strong, at least on par with him and Ling Xiao. However, Yuan Zhantian's entanglement made him feel rather annoyed. His calm heart was no longer calm. "In that case, let's fight first." He felt that defeating Yuan Zhantian first, then Ling Xiao, would be a better way to show his true prestige. He was also confident that he could fight two people in a row without being defeated. "Then you shall be defeated." Yuan Zhantian was also very direct. He did not care about etiquette and directly swung the golden rod in his hand. Countless rod shadows tore through the surrounding air and drowned out Wu Bufan. Beneath him, the surface of the lake was pushed to the sides. Wu Bufan did not show any signs of panic on his face. His body retreated like the wind, and at the same time, he waved his palms. His palms were not aimed at Yuan Zhantian, but at the bottom of the lake, pulling something. Suddenly, the waves on the surface of the lake surged. A huge wave rose up like a natural barrier, blocking all the golden rod attacks. Bang! Bang! Countless splashes of water splashed in all directions, appearing incomparably crystal clear and beautiful. The people nearby were all stunned. They did not understand why the fight had started. Many people did not know Ling Xiao and thought that Yuan Zhantian was Ling Xiao. The fight has started before the day of the final battle? This is too much of a scam. What's wrong with Ling Xiao? He doesn't even have the slightest bit of a martial artist's integrity. If he wants to fight, he should at least salute first before attacking. This is not Ling Xiao. It is said that Ling Xiao's divine possession technique will produce the true form of the golden dragon. That person is obviously not him. His body looks like an ape. Could he be the inheritor of the sacred battle ape? I heard that when he fought with Ling Xiao in the chaos abyss of war, he lost to Ling Xiao's Yuan Zhantian by half a move. Yes, that should be him. I have never heard of Ling Xiao using a golden rod. This should be Yuan Zhantian. This guy doesn't know the rules. If he fights with Wu Bufan in advance, how can Wu Bufan have a fair fight with Ling Xiao? The two exchanged hundreds of blows on the surface of the lake in an instant. The powerful attacks caused countless splashes on the surface of the lake, and the sound of explosions could be heard for thousands of miles. Many people who were not strong enough could not see the movements of the two clearly. They were so fast that it was dazzling. Only the stronger martial artists could barely catch the trajectory of their battle. They all knew that the two were not serious and were just testing each other. They had not even deduced the power of their worlds. You better give it your all. Otherwise, you will never be able to defeat me like this, Wu Bufan said to Yuan Zhantian, surrounded by countless water curtains. Yuan Zhantian flipped the golden rod and said, "Since you want to be defeated faster, I will fulfill your wish." After saying that, Yuan Zhantian's aura suddenly soared. An ancient giant ape appeared behind him, and the supreme power of the Ape King broke through the sky. Yuan Zhantian's combat power rose like a straight line. His body also seemed to have undergone a mutation. It was slowly expanding, and his explosive muscles bulged. At the same time, ape phantoms spread out one after another. 1, 10, 100. They formed thousands of ape shadows, almost filling the entire sky above the lake. Each ape shadow was doing different actions as if they were real. It made people's scalps go numb. This was the power of the world of the apes. These are all sacred battle apes. Too scary. There are at least 10,000 of them. If all of them attacked, it would be terrible. How can people live like that? What a freak. This is definitely the power of the Emperor Realm's world. I didn't expect there to be such a monster in addition to Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Yes, with this power of the world, he has the ability to fight above his level. Yuan Zhantian is indeed the inheritor of the sacred battle ape. I wonder what Wu Bufan's world power is like. Chapter 779. Countless sacred battle apes occupied the sky above the heavenly lake. Ape shadows with different movements roared incessantly. They surrounded Wu Bufan in the middle, ready to attack at any time. If so many sacred battle apes attacked at the same time, Wu Bufan would be smashed into minced meat. Wu Bufan looked at the sacred battle apes around him, his eyes burning with passion. He murmured, "You are indeed the inheritor of the sacred battle ape. Just based on your world energy, it is enough for me to take you seriously." Wu Bufan's aura surged. Obviously, Yuan Zhantian had not used his true strength just now. His aura continued to rise, and the water curtains around him actually gathered around him. These water curtains kept surging like raging waves, emitting surging roars. Finally, the water curtains formed into the shape of flood dragons. These blue flood dragons were abnormally ferocious. Each of them was 100 meters long, and there were hundreds of them. They surged ceaselessly into the sky, and they protected Wu Bufan within them. It was as if Wu Bufan was their emperor, and it caused them to stand on guard and pledge their lives to follow him. Come on, let me fight to my heart's content. Wu Bufan's fighting spirit was high, and the blue flood dragons around him were ready to attack. Yuan Zhantian's sacred battle ape realm was also ready to attack. Many martial artists watched the duel between the two powerhouses of the new generation without blinking. They seemed to have forgotten the other protagonist of this duel. They only knew that they had to pay close attention to this battle that they could not miss. Just as the battle was about to start again, an earth-shattering dragon roar came from the distant sky. Roar! A real 8-clawed golden dragon broke through the sky and flew over. The mighty dragon head, huge dragon body, shining golden dragon scales, and majestic aura. The emperor of the beast, the supreme dragon might, shocked everyone. Everyone was shocked by this roar. They looked at the 8-clawed golden dragon with eyes full of shock. This young master hasn't even arrived and you're already fighting. Could it be that you want this young master to pick up the ready-made ping-yi? A loud voice came from afar. This voice was filled with tyranny, arrogance, and arrogance. Even without seeing him, one could tell from his voice that he was no ordinary madman. It's Ling Xiao. That's the phantom of an 8-clawed true dragon. It seems to have solidified. It's really mighty and spectacular. Look at his aura. He's not any weaker than those two. There's going to be a good show. It doesn't matter who's fighting who, as long as I can watch the battle, it's fine. It's best if the three of them have a free-for-all. That would be even better. 3 heavenly geniuses of the same generation. When these 3 grow up, they will probably be able to rival the 4 legends who fought here thousands of years ago. The silhouette was like the wind, and the aura was like that of a dragon. The powerful aura caused the surrounding air to disperse. A young man with dashing eyebrows and starry eyes stopped steadily on the surface of the lake. He was wearing a black cloak, and his body was covered with black clothes. His entire person looked exceptionally elegant. That tyrannical aura was constantly overflowing, and the golden dragon behind him kept roaring. The holy ape and the flood dragon seemed to have sensed the thick aura of a beast king, and they both let out unwilling cries. What? Are you looking down on this young master? I haven't even arrived, and you've already started fighting. Ling Xiao said with an evil smile on his face as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Wu Bufan instantly retracted his aura and revealed a warm smile. Brother Yuan is itching for a fight, so he wants to exchange a few moves with me. He doesn't mean to look down on Brother Ling. Wu Bufan always looked like a good person. His words were also calm and made people feel comfortable, as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Yuan Zhantian, on the other hand, was a straightforward person. He said disdainfully, "If he wants to fight, he has to defeat me first. Otherwise, he has no right to challenge you." After hearing that, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Haha, It seems that even this young master has become a hot commodity. It's a pity that you're all men. I only like beautiful women. After a pause he said, why don't you all come at me together? This young master is very busy, and I don't have time to fool around with you here. Ling Xiao didn't expect to meet Yuan Zhantian here, an opponent that he deeply respected and missed. Wu Bufan was also a proud son of heaven. Since he dared to challenge Yuan Zhantian, he was sure that his strength was also extraordinary. All these years Ling Xiao had experienced countless life and death battles. He had always insisted on using battle to train himself. In recent years, he had been in the limelight, and his confidence surged to the extreme. Facing the two geniuses before him, Ling Xiao was confident that he could fight 1 against 2. And he was sure that he could win. To be strong, one must have a fearless and courageous heart. Ling Xiao had always held on to this belief, and continued to grow stronger. Ling Xiao's arrogant words had undoubtedly ignited the blood of the spectating martial artists. I heard that Ling Xiao has always been arrogant and domineering. Now it seems that the rumors are true. He can actually fight 1 against 2. What courage! He has the strength to suppress his peers, and he even defeated Yuan Zhantian in the past. In recent years his battle record has been even more valiant, and it is said that he has a glorious record of fighting 1 against 10,000. Fighting 1 against 2 is a piece of cake for him. That's true, but Wu Bufan and Yuan Zhantian are not easy to deal with. They are both monstrous geniuses on the same level as him. Fighting 1 against 2. I'm afraid he has a higher chance of losing than winning. No matter what, let's hurry up and fight. I really want to see how intense this battle between giants is. Wu Bufan's and Yuan Zhantian's expressions changed slightly. Ling Xiao's words had undoubtedly provoked their arrogant personalities. Wu Bufan's smile disappeared, and he said, before Brother Ling came, Brother Yuan said that if I want to fight you, I must defeat him. How about this? Bufan asks both of you to teach me a move at the same time. Why so much nonsense? Let's fight. Yuan Zhantian was even more direct. With a roar, he once again deduced the world energy, which enveloped both of them at the same time. Countless sacred apes split into 2 groups and attacked both of them. Countless sacred apes, countless powerful attacks, and countless shadows of the staff, with earth-shattering momentum, drowned the 2 of them. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan did not make any moves. Their figures flashed, shuttling between the many sacred apes, and finally out of the range of Yuan Zhantian's world energy. Why aren't you fighting? Are you looking down on me? Yuan Zhantian roared. The sacred battle ape was naturally belligerent, and he would never be willing to submit to anyone. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan's avoidance of fighting made him very angry. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, don't be angry, Brother Yuan. Let me fight with him to my heart's content first. Otherwise, none of us will care about you. If you really want to fight with us, wait for us to finish, then we can arrange a time. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to fight 1 against 2, it seemed that no one was willing to submit to the other. In that case, he might as well persuade Yuan Zhantian to fight with Wu Bufan first. Yuan Zhantian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still withdrew the world energy. All right, I will challenge whoever wins. Yuan Zhantian replied and quickly flew into the distance. Wu Bufan smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect Brother Yuan to listen to Brother Ling. Just now, I spent a lot of effort to persuade him, but he didn't listen. Maybe it's because what I say is reasonable that he listens. Ling Xiao replied casually. There are still a few days until the appointed time. Should we start now? Wu Bufan looked at Ling Xiao with a longing expression. He had been looking forward to this fight for a long time, and he couldn't wait to start. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, don't be anxious. Let's go according to the appointed time. I think many people are still on their way here. We can't let them down, right? Ling Xiao didn't expect that his fight with Wu Bufan would be so widely publicized. Ling Xiao had asked Xianyao before, but no one in the city lord's mansion spread the news. Now that everyone knew, it must be Wu Bufan's doing. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suspect Wu Bufan's motives. This made him feel that Wu Bufan really valued this fight, and wanted to trample on him. Wu Bufan might even let his enemies know and want to kill him. Because of this, Ling Xiao's impression of Wu Bufan's character dropped. Since Wu Bufan wanted to show everyone that he was stronger than Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao had the confidence to trample on him, it wouldn't be too late to wait until everyone was here. Since Brother Ling is so calm, Bufan is not in a hurry, Wu Bufan said calmly. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Wu Bufan, turned around, and flew in the direction where Yuan Zhantian had gone. Hey! Why are they running away? They are already here, so why aren't they fighting? What are they doing? Are they trying to fool us? Don't worry, they haven't gone far. I think they will fight again after the appointed time. How many days do we have to wait? What a scam! One by one, the cultivators who were waiting to watch a good show became angry. They were clearly excited and waiting for the show to begin, but this sudden shout for them to stop really made them feel uncomfortable. Yuan Zhantian did not go far, but sat down quietly in an empty area. When he saw Ling Xiao, he said faintly, "What are you doing here? Do you want to fight me first?" "Are you kidding me? I still have a fight with that guy in a few days. I can't let him take advantage of me if I get injured in advance." Ling Xiao sat down not far from Yuan Zhantian. After a pause he said, "I'm here to treat you to a drink." With that, 2 jars of wine appeared in his hands, and he threw one to Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian caught it, puzzled. Ling Xiao waved the wine in his hand and did not say anything. He raised his head and gulped it down. That forthright energy was really special. Yuan Zhantian hesitated for a while, but he also opened the lid of the wine jar and drank it. His heart felt inexplicably warm, making his emotions a little chaotic. Ling Xiao looked at the strange expression on Yuan Zhantian's face and said, "Could it be that you think my wine is not pure or strong enough?" "No, it's not bad. Bottoms up." Yuan Zhantian turned his head and said, then gulped down the wine in the jar. Chapter 780. When Yuan Zhantian was very young, his parents died in the war. He was only 6 years old then, and became an orphan. At such a young age, he had almost no ability to survive. Just as he was about to starve to death in the wilderness, he was saved by a spirit ape. At that time, he thought that he was going to be eaten alive by the spirit ape. He was so afraid that he could not stop crying. However, not only did the spirit ape not eat him, it even fed him and kept him alive. He spent his days in the mountains with the spirit ape, and got to know many other spirit apes. Some of them could even speak the human language and transform into humans, which made him very happy. As he gradually grew up, he also left the human world. One day he was playing in the Spirit Ape mountain range and accidentally entered a dangerous place. He almost died on the spot. It was also in that dangerous place that he obtained the inheritance of the sacred battle ape. The blood essence helped him cleanse his marrows and open his meridians, allowing him to inherit the sacred battle Tenbin magic power. This allowed him, an ordinary youth, to step on the path of constantly becoming stronger. The spirit ape seemed to know that Yuan Zhantian had changed, so it let him return to the human world. Yuan Zhantian was originally a human, and had lived in the Spirit Ape mountain range for a long time, which gave him the nature of an ape. Later, when he came out of the mountain range, he lived in a commoner's land for a while, and gradually regained some of his humanity. However, many of his habits could not be changed. Moreover, he had lived in the mountain range for a long time, and was used to being quiet. This caused an indescribable generation gap between him and others. This also caused him to have almost no friends around him, making him feel out of place with everyone. If not for the spirit ape who had saved him had not told him to return to his own life, he would have rather returned to the mountain range to live. Therefore, now that Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to invite him for a drink, his sealed mentality had changed a little. He was also a human, a real human who longed for friends, family, lovers of course. Ling Xiao did not know about Yuan Zhantian's past. He only knew that Yuan Zhantian was a cold and straightforward person who seemed difficult to get along with. However, he felt that Yuan Zhantian was a worthy opponent and a worthy friend. Therefore, he specially came here to invite Yuan Zhantian for a drink. Even if the two of them had always been rivals, he was still an opponent worthy of a drink. Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian drank a few jars of wine each, but they did not exchange any words. It was as if the two of them were strangers in the restaurant, and after drinking, there would be no more interactions. The two of them didn't seem to be afraid of being harmed by anyone. After drinking, they both fell to the ground and fell asleep. This caused those who were watching from afar to click their tongues in wonder. They felt that the two of them were really skilled and daring. A few days passed by quickly. More and more cultivators rushed over from all over the central region. Among them, more than half of the people from the major factions had already rushed over to watch the battle. The others who hadn't come were probably too far away and couldn't make it. Many martial artists of different strengths had already gathered around the Lake of Absolute Heaven. As the sun rose from the east, the day of the decisive battle had finally arrived. It's finally starting. I'm getting impatient. I hope it won't disappoint me. I don't think so. Both of them have killed Mystic Thear-cranked super experts before. This is definitely the pinnacle battle between supremacies. After this battle, I think that Yuan Zhantian will also challenge one of them. At that time, there might be another good show to watch. I wonder who will be the true emperor of the new generation. I really can't wait. Before the battle had even started, many martial artists had already started discussing fervently. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Above the center of the Lake of Absolute Heaven, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan were already floating opposite each other. One of them was dressed in black. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face exuded an evil aura. Dignified and extraordinary aura made him look like a high-ranking prince. His body was shimmering with the aura of a dragon, giving off an unusual feeling of nobility. The other was dressed in linen clothes. His looks were ordinary, and he had a bright smile on his face. He looked like the boy next door, giving off an amiable feeling. At the same time, he had an inexplicable sense of otherworldliness, as if he was one with heaven and earth. The two of them stood about 10 meters apart and looked at each other. Their fighting spirits soared to the sky. How do you want to fight? Ling Xiao took the initiative to ask. Wu Bufan replied, let's fight with our fists and feet first, then use our weapons. We don't need to fight with our spirit beasts. What do you think? All right, that's exactly what I want. Do you want to make the first move, or should I? Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly. No matter which category they competed in, Ling Xiao was confident that he would not lose to anyone. Why don't you go first? Wu Bufan asked politely. Haha, then I'll make my move. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. He responded and made the first move. Using the Cloud Phantom Shadow, he instantly appeared in front of Wu Bufan. His fists were like dragons emerging from the sea, smashing towards Wu Bufan's body. These fists moved the water of the lake below, forming ice fists that looked like spikes. This was the fist, palm, and leg technique that Ling Xiao rarely used. It was the Skyfrost Fist. The fifth style of the Skyfrost Fist, Icy Long River. The surface of the lake was frozen with hailstones, and before the fist energy reached its target, the extreme cold intent had already attacked. The reason why Ling Xiao used the ice attribute to attack was because he took advantage of the terrain of the lake to enhance his ice attribute attack. Wu Bufan seemed to be a water attribute cultivator, so he calmly retreated a few steps and met the attack with his fists. The lake water around him danced along with his fist art, forming a flood dragon that rushed towards Ling Xiao's ice fist. Its imposing manner was quite domineering. Bang! Waves of ice and water intertwined with each other, producing violent rippling sounds. Countless ice and water droplets splashed in all directions. The surrounding cultivators also paid attention to the fight as they didn't want to miss out on any of the fierce collisions. For the first time, the two were evenly matched, and neither of them had the upper hand. Pay attention, this young master is going to attack fiercely. Ling Xiao grinned, and the speed of his fists changed. The surface of the lake with him as the center kept freezing, and it seemed as if the entire lake was going to be frozen. When the surface of the lake froze into a large area, a silvery white giant fist suddenly appeared on the surface of the ice, and continuously smashed towards Wu Bufan. These giant fists carried a terrible destructive cold energy, and each of them had the power to freeze a river and split a mountain. The sixth style of the Skyfrost Fist, Frost Scars. Wu Bufan certainly wouldn't sit still and wait for his death. His expression became more and more fanatical, and he laughed loudly. I didn't expect Brother Ling's fist art to be so good, but it's still not enough. After saying that, he slightly shrank his body and waved his fists again. He looked like he was playing in the water, and a gentle force bloomed. The flood dragons kept circling around him, and the ice fists were swept aside. It seemed as if he was using a small force to overcome a large force. Ling Xiao naturally didn't think that he could defeat Wu Bufan with such a move. He let out a loud roar, and his figure quickly dashed forward. The speed of his ice fists became incomparably fast, and it was dazzling to the eyes. Wu Bufan wasn't willing to be outdone, and he met Ling Xiao's fists head-on. Bang! A series of deafening noises shook the surface of the lake, causing the water to explode. Countless hailstones and waves surged, forming ripples that made people feel that it was very beautiful. How long will it take for the winner to be decided if they keep fighting like this? Isn't that right? But the power of their moves is even more terrifying than that of a peak heavenly venerable. Even a warm-up is at this level. When they fight to the death, I'm afraid it will be earth-shattering. Who said it wasn't? Just watch carefully. Their fists actually have a great momentum, and each punch has its own calculations. Without many life and death experiences, it's impossible to use such fists. At this time, Ling Xiao's speed had increased by several times, and his ice fists were also becoming faster and more ferocious. With his speed and power, he could already stand shoulder to shoulder with a half-emperor, and ordinary peak heavenly venerables wouldn't be able to handle it. However, he found that Wu Bufan was also more than capable of dealing with it, and he could even launch a powerful attack. Wu Bufan's fists weren't purely soft, but they were soft with a hint of hardness. It was a high-grade water attribute fist technique that was both offensive and defensive. His fists were tricky, and it was impossible to defend against them. Moreover, they were all aimed at vital points. If it was an ordinary person at the same level, they would have been ripped off with just one or two punches. Fortunately, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary person, and he was able to deal with it with ease. Wu Bufan seemed unwilling to continue fighting like this, and he slightly clenched his fists as he shouted, "The warm-up is over, eat my fist." He raised his fists high, and a huge ancient bottle seemed to form between his fists. The ancient bottle was like a powerful weapon, and it had an indescribable suction force that enveloped Ling Xiao's head. Ancient bottle sealing fist. The surrounding waves kept wrapping around Ling Xiao, trapping him in the middle, making it difficult for him to escape. The giant bottle above his head suddenly smashed down. Facing this move, Ling Xiao could feel that Wu Bufan was starting to get serious. He was also in high spirits, and the spiritual power in his body continuously surged out. The lake around him was also covered in ice and hail. Just as the ancient bottle smashed down, Ling Xiao also punched out. Sky Frost Fists 8 style, unyielding snow frost. The waves in the sky surged violently, and countless hailstones flew in the air. The two fist techniques began to collide. Rumble, rumble. The surface of the lake instantly surged with a silvery white curtain of water. Waves and hailstones splashed in all directions, and it was as if white fireworks were blooming. It was so beautiful and splendid. Two figures were sent flying at the same time, and two different colors of blood splashed out, and were immediately submerged by the water. Haha, this is great. Let's fight for a few hundred more rounds. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Wu Bufan also laughed and said, "As you wish." Their figures flickered, and their speed was as fast as a charm, and they collided once again. Chapter 781. The Lake of Absolute Heavens was a huge lake that wasn't formed by nature. It had always been a desolate plain, and it had always been a calm lake. But now, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of powerful martial artists from all over the world had gathered here. Their gazes were fixed on the center of the lake, where the waves were exploding ceaselessly. Large waves were surging like a raging tsunami, and there was a lot of hailstones mixed in them. If one was careless and got hit by the hailstones, he or she would be severely injured. Two figures that couldn't be seen by the naked eye were chasing each other in the hailstones. They were releasing powerful attacks one after another, and their speed was as fast as lightning. They had exchanged no less than 100 moves in the blink of an eye. Neither of them had the upper hand, and they kept throwing punches at each other. Their strength seemed to be equal, and no one was able to do anything to the other. The battle was extremely intense. Although the two of them hadn't deduced the power of the world, the energy of each of their punches had already surpassed the energy of a martial artist of the same level by more than 10 times. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. With this ability, Wu Bufan is qualified to be my opponent. But he's far from being able to defeat me with just this. Wu Bufan was also shocked in his heart. Ling Xiao's reputation isn't undeserved. His fist technique is already so powerful, and once he uses it to kill, I'm afraid it'll be even more shocking. I hope he can make me feel threatened. Both of them were battle maniacs, and they had different thoughts in their minds. At this time, Ling Xiao was surrounded by the water dragons, and he had nowhere to hide. Not only that, but Wu Bufan also smashed his iron fist towards Ling Xiao's head with the force of a thunderbolt. This move had almost sealed off all of Ling Xiao's escape routes, and its momentum was obviously several times stronger than before. It seemed like Wu Bufan wanted to use this move to make Ling Xiao suffer. Ling Xiao also knew that he couldn't avoid this move, and he could only meet the heavy blow above Wu Bufan's head. Bang! Ling Xiao, who was at the bottom, lost his advantage and was suppressed by Wu Bufan. On the other hand, the flood dragon fist energy formed by the waves of the lake drowned Ling Xiao. After Wu Bufan's attack succeeded, he didn't hold back. He let out a roar and turned into a ferocious dragon as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Countless fist forces stirred up a storm on the surface of the lake. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was at the heart of the struggle, and he practically didn't have the strength to fight back before he was blasted flying by the force of Wu Bufan's punch. After a long while, Wu Bufan stopped his attacks. His entire body floated above the surface of the lake. A screen of light formed by a water serpent was beneath his feet. It looked extremely mystical and mighty. Just this scene alone was enough to show that his control over the power of water had reached an extreme level. When the cultivators nearby saw this scene, they were all shocked. This is the affinity of the power of water. Wu Bufan must be a pure water attribute cultivator. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to achieve this. That's right. All water attribute cultivators can congeal the power of water. However, he doesn't need to control it to use the power of water for his own use. Not everyone can do this. He's a pure attribute cultivator, and he can instantly reach the realm of heaven and man. It's no wonder that he can reach such a profound realm at such a young age. Moreover, his martial strength is so terrifying. It seems that Ling Xiao is more likely to lose than to win. Well, Ling Xiao was bombarded so many times just now. He must have suffered a lot. If he wants to win, I'm afraid he'll need a bigger trump card. Many people could see that Wu Bufan was extraordinary in just one move. Therefore, the majority of people started to lean towards Wu Bufan's side. Come out. I know you won't be defeated so easily. Wu Bufan looked at the calm surface of the lake, and said indifferently. At the bottom of the lake, Ling Xiao's whole body was lying in the lake. It seemed as if he had been bombarded to pieces, and he sank straight down. However, when one looked closely, one would find that his eyes were glowing. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, and he looked very relaxed. He didn't look like he had been bombarded to the point of losing consciousness. Fist technique is considered to be defeated, but it's not my strong point. Ling Xiao murmured in his heart. His whole body was like a bow that had been released from the bottom of the lake. Bang! Ling Xiao rushed out from the bottom of the lake like a real dragon. A dragon's shadow roared in all directions. Before the dragon's roar stopped, Ling Xiao disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. So fast. Wu Bufan's eyelids twitched. He activated his divine sense to the maximum to sense Ling Xiao's location. Behind me, Wu Bufan frowned. Without turning his head, he turned around and punched behind him. Unfortunately, his attack hit nothing but air. Ling Xiao mysteriously appeared next to him and sneered. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Ling Xiao turned his fist into a palm, and his ice attribute energy turned into fire attribute energy. Two powerful palm shadows seemed to tear the sky apart, and they enveloped Wu Bufan. The seventh style of the firmament palm, tearing the heavens and scattering the clouds. Ling Xiao's all-out attack carried an earth-shattering momentum. It seemed like he wanted to defeat Wu Bufan with a single palm strike. The terrifying flame aura evaporated the waves on the lake's surface, and the surface of the lake was filled with domineering flaming palms. Wu Bufan was caught off guard. He was hit by Ling Xiao's 2 palm strikes, and he was sent flying far away. Ling Xiao would naturally not let it go just like that. His figure stuck close to the surface of the lake like a hawk, and he pursued Wu Bufan until he arrived in front of Wu Bufan. After that, he similarly launched a wave of attacks. Countless flaming palms enveloped Wu Bufan, and every single one of them caused numerous crystalline waves to surge up from the surface of the lake, while a large amount of flame sprayed towards the surroundings. Even an ordinary emperor rank expert would be smashed into mush by such a wave. The spectators from Wu City who were watching the battle from afar exploded into an uproar. They truly never imagined that Ling Xiao would actually be able to turn the situation around so quickly. Moreover, it was such a frenzied counterattack. It was truly an eye-opener and extremely satisfying. Ling Xiao is too formidable. He actually forced Wu Bufan to such an extent in the blink of an eye. Could it be that he hasn't utilized his full strength since the beginning? Perhaps fist techniques aren't his forte, but those palm techniques are extremely overbearing. Moreover, they've changed from the ice attribute to the fire attribute. Ling Xiao is even a multiple attribute cultivator. Yeah, he probably cultivates the metal attribute as well. He even seized the Gu clan's Golden Dragon Spear. If he utilized the Golden Dragon Spear, then Wu Bufan would probably be in danger. Both of them haven't even utilized the energy of their worlds, yet they're already fighting so intensely. This trip was truly worth it. Ling Xiao's firmament palm strike was unceasing, and it seemed that the water in the lake would be blasted away until there was nothing left. However, it seemed that Wu Bufan wasn't willing to be suppressed in such a manner. His imposing aura grew increasingly stronger, and the surrounding lake water seemed to be drawn in by him. It formed layers of defensive water curtains that forcibly isolated Ling Xiao's attacks. His silhouette retreated again, and again in order to buy some time for himself to catch his breath. Wu Bufan had indeed been caught unprepared by Ling Xiao's sudden change of attack. His linen clothes had been torn, and a lot of blood had spilled out from the corner of his mouth. His neatly combed hair had also become disheveled. It seemed that he had already suffered a lot of internal injuries. However, he also possessed a high-level healing technique, so he didn't need to consume medicinal pills. His injuries were gradually healed by him. His imposing aura didn't decrease but instead it rose. A gigantic cockroach-like monster condensed under his feet. I didn't expect Brother Ling's palm technique to be so amazing. However, I also have a set of claw techniques that I would like to seek advice from Ling Xiao. Wu Bufan's tiger-like eyes revealed an even more fanatical look. After he spoke, the monster under his feet began to move. Countless water-shaped tentacles, like tiny claw shadows, clawed at him. 10,000 claws hunt. It was as if a giant deep-sea monster was hunting for its prey. It didn't dare to let even a single one of them go. It had turned this part of the world into a prison, and firmly locked the area within a radius of several hundred meters. A mere sea monster dares to challenge this young master's prestige, Ling Xiao said in a very disdainful manner. Then, he once again blasted a powerful palm print in all directions. One by one, the water-shaped tentacles were blasted away. However, there were also many claws that had scratched his armor, and he felt a kind of tangible pain. This technique should only be suitable for long-range attacks. It can only be broken by close-range attacks. Ling Xiao immediately found the flaw in Wu Bufan's technique. So he used all his strength to kill his way out of the prison, and chased after Wu Bufan. The two fiercely collided with each other. The deafening sound caused by the collision was extremely uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had been fighting for 2 days. However, their spiritual power was still incomparably abundant, and there was no sign of it weakening. Moreover, they were constantly changing their attacks from fists, palms, claws, and legs. The many different kinds of mystical skills were dazzling to the eyes. It made people feel that the two of them were really knowledgeable, and it was an eye-opener for them. You've run out of skills. Watch me defeat you. Ling Xiao's speed had already been imbued with the wind attribute. At the same time, He used the limitless doppelganger technique. 48 figures surrounded Wu Bufan, and the kicks of the wind god stirred up the waves in all directions. The shadow of the leg, which was as sharp as a blade, carried with it an incomparable might. It was as if one could even hear the sound of thunder. Even the heavens and earth seemed to have changed color. The sixth style of the kicks of the wind god, swift thunder and swift wind. This was the strongest style of the wind god. The strength was like thunder and lightning, and the legs were as fast as the wind. It was impossible to defend against, and difficult to resist. Wu Bufan clasped his palms together, and then slowly spread them out. A dignified deity-like image appeared in the sky above him. It looked like a thousand-hand guanyin and countless arms stretched out. Thousand-hand guanyin. Both of them intended to use this move to end the battle of physical strength. The formidable might made people feel that it was as terrifying as a 12th-grade storm. Many martial artists who were watching from afar felt their hearts palpitating with fear. They felt as if they were personally witnessing the scene. Although they were separated by a great distance, they still felt suffocated and uncomfortable. It was as if they were also facing the bombardment of these two powerful moves. Chapter 782. Some martialists who weren't strong enough fell from the sky. Only those with the strength of a high-level heavenly venerate or above were barely able to hold on. Are they going to use this move to decide the victor? What a powerful aura. Yeah, they're suppressing me to the point that my aura has become chaotic. These two are freaks. The new generation of Supreme Venerables really lives up to their reputation. When they reach the Emperor stage, will there still be anyone who can match them? This is scary. They haven't even used the power of the world. Is this battle going to be decided just like that? It's not satisfying enough. Many cultivators were in an uproar. Their faces were filled with incomparable shock. This terrifying energy had far surpassed their peers of the same level. Yuan Zhantian, who was watching the battle from a corner, felt his aura rising. His eyes were filled with the desire to fight. He clenched his fists tightly as if he wanted to rush over and fight with the two of them. I, Yuan Zhantian, will never lose to the two of you, Yuan Zhantian said confidently in his heart. In another direction, Kong Lan of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion was also watching the battle closely. She stared at Ling Xiao and sneered. No one has forced junior brother to go all out yet. Ling Xiao, you bastard, this lake of absolute skies will definitely be your burial ground. In a few directions, there were a few obscure auras that were faintly paying attention to the battle between the two. Their target was obviously Ling Xiao. Boom. Boom. On the surface of the lake, the collision of the two powerful moves caused the lake water to churn nearly 100 meters high. It was as if the lake was about to be turned upside down. 48 Ling Xiao's countless footsteps stirred up a level 10 tornado. Every kick carried the power of a thunderbolt. Wu Bufan, on the other hand, seemed as if he had grown countless arms. Countless water curtains appeared around him, forming an iron barrel-like defense. The shadows of the kicks that were sweeping toward him were completely blocked. However, there was no need to defend for long. No matter how strong his defense was, he could not withstand Ling Xiao's crazy kicks. His dignified appearance was swept away by the kicks, and his whole body was kicked into the bottom of the lake by Ling Xiao. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ling Xiao floated above the lake and looked at the surface of the lake that could not calm down for a long time. He was panting. After 2 days of fighting and the all-out attack just now, Ling Xiao was slightly exhausted. This Wu Bufan is really unfathomable. My combat power has increased by more than 5 times, but he can still fight me without being defeated. He must have some trump cards that he hasn't used yet. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the surface of the lake with a puzzled expression. He firmly believed that Wu Bufan had suffered a lot just now, but he didn't think that Wu Bufan would die just like that. He wasn't that naive to think that way. As expected, not long after Wu Bufan fell to the bottom of the lake, a strange phenomenon began to appear. The lake water that had not calmed down began to surge, and gradually formed a whirlpool. The whirlpool spun faster and faster, and the ripples became bigger and bigger. A figure slowly walked out of the whirlpool. It was as if he was not affected by the whirlpool's power, and he walked out as if he was taking a stroll in the park. The whirlpool even formed layers of stairs for him to step on, and it was incomparably magical and amazing. Who else could it be but Wu Bufan? His linen clothes were torn, and there were many injuries on his muscles. His complexion had also become much paler. It was obvious that Ling Xiao's move had put him in a very difficult situation. However, he did not show any signs of stage fright, and his face was still smiling. He single-handedly tore off the remaining clothes on his upper body, revealing his explosive muscles that were filled with countless scars. He looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, "Brother Ling's martial skill is really formidable. Wu Bufan is ashamed of his inferiority." Ling Xiao slightly cupped his hands and said, "Brother Wu, thank you for letting me win. Now that we've fought, let's start the second battle." "Exactly, fighting isn't my strong point, so let's start the real battle." As Wu Bufan spoke, his aura surged once more, and then he said, "Do you know why I chose to fight you at the Lake of Absolute Heavens?" Ling Xiao didn't even think about it, and said, "Could it be because of the terrain here?" Wu Bufan was a water attribute martial artist, and he could only display his formidable strength in a place with water. That was why Ling Xiao guessed this. Wu Bufan lightly nodded and said, "Yes, in a duel, besides one's own strength, the terrain is also indispensable, because it can change the final outcome of the battle. Brother Ling, come, I know you haven't used your full strength, so let me defeat you and make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly." Suddenly, the lake water around Wu Bufan rose, and not only that, but the lake water within a kilometer of the center of the huge lake seemed to have been madly sucked out by him. And the lake water level instantly dropped by several meters. The water that was sucked out by Wu Bufan changed from its original light blue color to incomparably clear, as if the water had been purified, and all the impurities had disappeared, which made people feel very strange. Ling Xiao looked at the water that was surrounding him, and his eyelids twitched violently. The heavenly jewel in his sea of knowledge also issued a warning signal, as if it had encountered a formidable enemy. This feeling was different from encountering the same kind of source energy. When encountering the same kind of source energy, it would be extremely greedy, but at this time, it was extremely hostile, especially the demonic fire bead's hostility was extremely strong, and it gave him a feeling of wanting to rush out of his sea of knowledge to fight with the enemy. Could it be a water attribute heavenly jewel? Ling Xiao's pupils shrank, and he murmured in surprise, "Yes, Brother Ling, you should also have a heavenly jewel, and it should be a fire attribute heavenly jewel, right? Let's use its power, otherwise, you will definitely lose this fight." Wu Bufan said confidently. There were many powerful martial artists nearby, and they had extraordinary hearing, so they heard the conversation between the two, and all of them revealed looks of envy and jealousy. No wonder. No wonder he can use the water attribute energy, so he has a water attribute heavenly jewel. Wu Bufan is really lucky. Every heavenly jewel is extremely rare, and he actually managed to find one. It seems like he will definitely win this battle. No, Ling Xiao also seems to have a heavenly jewel, and it should be of the fire attribute. Since ancient times, water and fire are incompatible, and they are really born enemies. Finally, they are going to fight with their lives on the line. This is going to be interesting, and if they are defeated, it will be fun. Every heavenly jewel was extremely rare. Since ancient times, only a dozen heavenly jewel had appeared in the central region, and the owner of every heavenly jewel was once an almighty being, and they all had unfathomable potential. Any martial artist who obtained it was destined to set foot on a broad road, and their future was limitless. They knew that Wu Bufan and Ling Xiao both had heavenly jewel, and it was absolutely impossible for them not to be greedy. Many of them had some thoughts in their hearts. Ling Xiao said excitedly, "That's right, I do have a fire attribute heavenly jewel. Originally, I did not use it because I did not want to take advantage of you. Now that you also have a heavenly jewel, I can go all out in this fight. I hope you will not disappoint me." No matter when Ling Xiao fought with Yuan Zhantian or Wu Bufan, he did not use the power of his heavenly jewels or his spiritual energy. That was because those two powers were like cheating weapons, able to instantly kill his opponents, causing him to feel guilty about winning. Of course, it was another matter when it came to dealing with enemies. Now that Wu Bufan also had a heavenly jewel, He did not feel that it was unfair for him to use the power of his heavenly jewel. I should be the one saying that to you. Your heavenly fire is destined to be extinguished by my polarized heavenly water, Wu Bufan replied confidently. Polarized? Is that called the polarized heavenly water jewel? I wonder what power it has. Ling Xiao murmured, and the power of the heavenly fire began to appear with him as the center. Come on, let me extinguish your heavenly fire, Wu Bufan said, and a white sword appeared in his hand. He waved the sword slightly, and as if giving an order, the purified lake water in the surroundings surged towards Ling Xiao. The surrounding air was expelled cleanly, and a suffocating smell made Ling Xiao feel a little pressured. Ling Xiao also began to release the power of the heavenly fire to his heart's content, fighting against the white water that was rushing towards him. Zizi. As soon as the heavenly water and heavenly fire came into contact, there was an ear-piercing sound. However, the heavenly water did not seem to be able to extinguish the heavenly fire at once. Instead, a lot of it was evaporated. Wu Bufan's expression changed when he saw the situation, and he exclaimed, This is impossible. My polarized heavenly water should be able to extinguish any heavenly fire and drown everything. How can it not extinguish your heavenly fire? Ling Xiao also noticed the situation. He pondered for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Haha, although the power of your heavenly water can restrain any fire-based power, the power of your heavenly water jewel seems to be lacking. It's still lacking compared to my heavenly jewel. It can't extinguish my heavenly fire. Heavenly jewels were also divided into grades. The longer a heavenly jewel existed, the more source energy it absorbed, and the higher its grade was, and the more terrifying and pure its energy was. Wu Bufan's heavenly water jewel could restrain ordinary heavenly fire jewel, but that was only when compared to those of the same grade. Once it encountered a higher grade heavenly fire jewel, it would not be able to restrain it. Ling Xiao's demonic fire jewel had fused with more than half of the golden split jewel's source energy, and the golden split jewel was originally a high-grade heavenly jewel that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Now that the two jewels had collided with each other, the demonic fire jewel was naturally much stronger. This was the real reason why Wu Bufan's heavenly water could not restrain it. However, it was not possible for the demonic fire jewel to completely evaporate the polarized water in a short period of time. After all, water restrained fire. That was an unchanging rule since ancient times. It looks like it's impossible to defeat you with the power of my heavenly jewel. In that case, let me show you the true power of my world. Wu Bufan's expression turned serious, and he began to deduce the power of his world. When everyone saw the power of his world, their jaws dropped, and they were extremely shocked. Ling Xiao was no exception. Chapter 783. Wu Bufan seemed to have an innate affinity with nature, allowing him to easily enter the realm of being one with nature. This demon-like level of comprehension was destined to be of great benefit to him on the path of cultivation, allowing him to advance much faster than ordinary people. Why did he have such a different level of comprehension of Tenbin? In fact, this had a lot to do with his physique. In this world, there were only a few people who knew about Wu Bufan's physique. Apart from a few of the higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Pavilion, no one else knew about it. Even the elders of the Martial Spirit Pavilion and his fellow disciples did not know about it. As a true disciple, Kong Lan was one of the few people who knew about this. Of course, it wasn't because of his special identity. It was something that his master accidentally said by accident. To be able to let my junior brother use his true strength of the world, Ling Xiao, you can die proud. Kong Lan grinned and said faintly, as if she could see Ling Xiao dying at the hands of her junior brother. What kind of physique did Wu Bufan have? Why did the world force that he displayed cause everyone to be stunned? Wu Bufan's body began to be surrounded by a five-colored light. Gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, these 5 colors were dazzling. And when these 5 different colors of power mixed together, they formed a different kind of world power. The sharp edge of the gold, the vigorous vitality of the wood, the gentle and continuous flow of the water, the scorching heat of the fire, and the thick and solid of the earth. 5 different kinds of power appeared in his power of the world. as if he had returned to the beginning of the world, the vast chaotic world when the world was formed. It was like a desolate starry sky, with stars twinkling endlessly. It was like a distant and melodious sky, with a power that could swallow the heavens and destroy the earth, making people feel that it was boundless. It's actually the five elements body. It's a rare five elements body that appears once in 100,000 years. No wonder. No wonder the martial spirit pavilion wants to nurture him as the next pavilion master. In the future, he will definitely have the ability to become a legend, or even surpass them. Five elemental constitution? Is this also the power of the five elemental world? It feels so strange, and it makes me feel so insignificant. No, according to the ancient records, the five elements body must appear in the primal chaos world. Wu Bufan's world energy should be called the primal chaos world energy, and it is said that it has unfathomable power. This is the power of a peerless emperor-level world. The power of a chaos world. Isn't that the same as when heaven and earth were first created, when all things were born? Many experts had already descended from the sky. It wasn't that they didn't want to watch the battle from a higher altitude, but they had no choice but to descend because of the pressure from Wu Bufan's world. That vast and boundless might was accompanied by a supreme pressure that made people feel suffocated. Ling Xiao, who was the closest to Wu Bufan, was also stunned by the power of this world. Ever since he started fighting with Wu Bufan had been using water-attributed profound skills to attack. Therefore, he had always thought that Wu Bufan was a water-attributed martial artist. But now, it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. It was true that Wu Bufan had the water attribute, but he also had the other four attributes: metal, wood, fire, and earth. Moreover, these four attributes were extremely balanced with the water attribute. It was obvious that they had reached the level of 100% pure attribute. This was the five elements body, also known as the primal chaos body. This was the world's most powerful physique. It was a physique that was rarely seen even in 100,000 years. As long as one didn't die young, he would definitely become a sage. Moreover, with good resources, it wouldn't be difficult for him to step into the legendary god realm. This physique was composed of the five basic attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was very different from Ling Xiao's five-attribute physique. In terms of physique, Ling Xiao was inferior to Wu Bufan. On the path of cultivation, Wu Bufan's path was much smoother than Ling Xiao's. There were almost no bottlenecks on his path of cultivation. As long as he kept accumulating strength, he didn't need to worry too much about comprehension. It was quite easy for him to advance. On the other hand, if Ling Xiao didn't have the three strange creatures and the many opportunities he had, it would be impossible for him to reach such a powerful realm at such a young age. Moreover, Wu Bufan wasn't the kind of flower that was kept in a warm room. He had been challenging and training himself since he was young. His battle experience wasn't inferior to Ling Xiao's. He had an unparalleled physique and a heart that was more tenacious than ordinary people. If such a person wasn't powerful, then there wouldn't be anyone powerful in this world. As Wu Bufan's world force gradually began to deduce, a series of roars came from the deep and vast space. These voices were filled with ancient, majestic, and vast aura. Moreover, each voice was different. Then 5 beast shadows with different figures appeared in front of everyone. They were the true dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and chaos. These were the ancient divine beasts that existed during the creation of the world. The black tortoise's giant tortoise shadow was in the middle of the 5 divine beasts. The other 4 divine beasts were in the 4 corners, representing Wu Bufan's 5 attributes. The azure dragon was of the wood attribute, the vermilion bird was of the fire attribute, the black tortoise was of the water attribute, the white tiger was of the metal attribute, and the chaos was of the earth attribute. These 5 divine beast shadows weren't as lifelike as the true dragon and Qilin shadows formed by Ling Xiao. However, when they appeared together, they carried an ancient aura that made people shiver. Ling Xiao licked his tongue and murmured, "Condense 5 divine beasts, it's really powerful." Ling Xiao didn't panic because of Wu Bufan's powerful world force. Instead, he was extremely excited. After all, he was also an extremely battle-hungry person. Brother Ling, what are you waiting for? Wu Bufan stood behind the 5 divine beasts. He held a long sword in his hand and said with an air of a monarch. At this moment, there was a world of difference between him and his ordinary appearance. There was no doubt that he had the bearing of a superior. Brother Wu is indeed valiant. Just based on this world power, it's already an eye-opener. Ling Xiao praised. Brother Ling, you're too kind. I presume your world force is extraordinary as well. I hope you don't disappoint me. Wu Bufan spoke indifferently, but there was extreme arrogance in his eyes. His usual calm and easygoing demeanor was all because he was cultivating his temperament. What he was revealing now was his own sense of pride and superiority. His world force had been evaluated by his master as a unique world force, and it was the strongest world force. He knew how extraordinary his world force was. He'd fought 2 emperor-rank experts in the past, but they hadn't made him deduce his world force so seriously. At most, he'd only utilized the water world force. After all, his world force of the 5 elements could be changed at will. Then Brother Wu watched carefully. Ling Xiao replied faintly. He started to wear the glass dragon scale armor, and the golden dragon spear instantly appeared in his hand. His terrifying aura started to soar. A desolate world appeared in front of everyone, and a savage aura instantly suffused the air. It was a vast independent world. Every tree, flower, and grass were vivid and lifelike. Occasionally, the roars of beasts resounded and shook this part of the world. The vast and majestic aura was filled with an extremely dignified aura. What kind of world force is this? Why does it seem like a real world? I don't understand. But the aura it emanates doesn't seem to be much inferior to Wu Bufan's world force. Could this be the power of the world of creation? How come I've never seen or heard of it before? It doesn't seem bad. But there should be a gap between it and the strongest world force of chaos. Many warriors were also surprised by the extraordinariness of Ling Xiao's world force. However, they were still optimistic about Wu Bufan's world force. After all, it was a top-notch emperor's world force that was rarely seen in ancient times. The power it displayed had already been witnessed by history, and no one doubted its unparalleled power. Wu Bufan stared at Ling Xiao's world force with a strange look in his eyes. Although he had guessed that Ling Xiao's world force was extraordinary, he felt even more surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. I didn't expect Brother Ling to be able to deduce such a world force. It seems that Bufan won't return disappointed this time. Wu Bufan said with a faint smile. Hee, you are quite confident. The show has just begun. Come on, don't let me down. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The showdown of the 2 world forces finally began at this moment. This was also the final showdown that would determine the winner. The 2 young experts deduced the world force and blasted it towards each other. Both of them were as powerful as the Emperor world force. The sky above the lake was completely shrouded. As soon as the 2 powerful forces came into contact, a rumbling sound was heard. The water above the lake was shaken and flew up. The water level dropped by 100 meters in an instant. Wu Bufan's world force began to show its might. First, the divine beast of chaos opened its big mouth and directly swallowed Ling Xiao's trees and flowers. Its big mouth seemed to be able to swallow everything. It showed its magical power of swallowing Tenbin. Chaos was known as a divine beast that could even swallow the sky. It was one of the strangest divine beasts in ancient times. It was once the leader of many divine beasts. It was just that its reproductive ability was the worst among all the divine beasts, which led to its gradual decline in position. However, no one dared to doubt the supreme devouring ability of any divine beast of chaos. Ling Xiao was shocked by the power of this divine beast of chaos. As soon as he came into contact with it, his world force was immediately reduced by a lot. 1/3 of his world force was swallowed. Haha, Brother Ling, it seems that your world force is still a bit lacking. Wu Bufan said with a bright smile. He was in a very good mood after suppressing Ling Xiao at the beginning. The sullen feeling of losing in the fist and palm competition just now was relieved. Is that so? Then you can try the other power. Ling Xiao said. Then he moved his consciousness. In the desolate ancient world, huge icebergs immediately appeared and rushed towards the divine beast of chaos. These icebergs were also surrounded by ice spikes that were as sharp as blades. I wonder what will happen after chaos swallows it. Chapter 784. More than 10 ice and fire towers pressed down from the sky. The ice thorns were incomparably sharp, and they pressed forward with a coldness that could cut a person's body. The divine beast of chaos dragged its clumsy steps and saliva flowed out of its huge mouth. Its tiny eyes shone brightly as if it was not afraid of those icebergs. Swoosh! Swoosh! The divine beast of chaos's mouth swelled up instantly and sucked in the icebergs with a strong suction force. Those icebergs were swallowed by the divine beast of chaos as if they were food. Its body swelled up instantly and it looked bloated as if it was going to burst open. Let's see if you can fill yourself to death. Ling Xiao thought to himself when he saw that the divine beast of chaos had swelled up. However, what happened next made him dumbfounded. After the divine beast of chaos's belly swelled up to a certain extent, it shrunk back instantly as if it had digested those icebergs in the blink of an eye. It even burped as if it had just eaten its fill. What the hell is this? It can't even explode. Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Hehe, you have underestimated the divine beast Tenbin. The chaos can swallow everything in the world. Brother Ling, you will be defeated. Wu Bufan laughed proudly. Then the divine beast of chaos stomped on the ground with its slender legs, and its round body moved forward. Its big mouth started to devour Ling Xiao's world energy again. In the blink of an eye, the power of Ling Xiao's world that he had just regained was swallowed again. It was like a bottomless pit that could swallow anything. Wu Bufan and the other 4 divine beasts didn't move. Ling Xiao started to feel anxious. The martial artists who were watching the battle from afar were also envious. Judging from their gazes, they were certain that Wu Bufan would win without a doubt. I really want to see if you can really swallow everything. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and screamed. His figure quickly retreated, and the power of his world began to change again. The whole world seemed to have become extremely dark, and cold hurricanes started to blow wildly. Swoosh! Swoosh! The powerful black wind began to wreak havoc with a terrifying aura. The color of the world seemed to have changed. The lake water had also been corroded to the point of turning black. Quite a bit of it was swept up and splashed everywhere. This Ling Xiao's world force actually has a trump card? What is this black wind? Could it be that he has the dark attribute? No, it should be the wind and darkness attributes. In addition to the ice attribute, fire attribute, metal attribute, and the wood attribute that he just displayed. Doesn't that mean he has 6 attributes? How is this possible? That's not the dark attribute. It should be the wind attribute, a special kind of wind force. I'm afraid it's not weak. No matter how strong he is, it won't be easy to defeat the 5 divine beasts. The divine beast of the chaos was not afraid at all. It absorbed the terrifying black hurricane one by one. It had indeed absorbed the black hurricane, but this time there were some changes. After digesting the black hurricane, it seemed to have some indigestion. Its body began to twitch, and its solid body gradually became illusory. It looked like it was about to gradually dissipate. Its huge body gradually shrunk. It opened its mouth and a black mist was spat out. Wu Bufan frowned and shouted. Brother Ling is really powerful, but the best part is yet to come. For divine beasts, use all of them. After shouting, Wu Bufan finally used his full strength. The other 4 divine beasts inside his world force moved at the same time. The azure dragon roared, and its dragon pearl appeared. The vermilion bird spread its wings and its feathers shot out rapidly. The black tortoise trembled and a tide surged. The white tiger roared and its killing intent was overwhelming. The 4 divine beasts moved at the same time. An ancient aura spread out and a strong killing intent filled the surroundings. Ling Xiao also went all out at this moment. The hidden killing intent of his desolate world was also revealed. Countless tree vines began to grow, and countless icicles shot out at the same time. Several wolf kings suddenly opened their third eyes, which seemed to be able to stop everything. A supreme golden dragon descended from the sky, and a sacred qilin leaped out from the mountains. In this lively world, there was even a black gust of wind blowing, and many volcanoes compressed with purple flames shot out at the same time like rocket launchers. Wu Bufan's world force returned to the primal chaos, which was the beginning of the world. However, Ling Xiao's world force was a lively world in which all living things contended. Both world forces had their own unique ways, and they both had earth-shattering might. The two worlds collided with each other, producing a series of incessant clanging sounds. The air above a few thousand meters was compressed, and multicolored attribute lights bloomed in this part of the world. It was a very beautiful scene. The martial artists at the edge of the lake retreated again and again, afraid that the battle between the two would affect the fish in the moat. Damn, that's too abnormal. That Ling Xiao can actually condense a divine beast. What's going on? As expected of the demonic Thearcha's disciple, he can actually fight against the chaotic body. Even if he loses, it's still an honorable defeat. Their world forces have already far surpassed the ordinary mystic Thearcha's world forces. This ancient aura is really terrifying. As long as the monsters of the older generation don't appear, the world is destined to belong to the two of them. This battle has really broadened my horizons. Many martial artists could not help but cry out. Their faces were filled with incomparable reverence. It was a kind of worship towards the strong from the bottom of their hearts. Yuan Zhantian, who was in a corner, could not help but let out his battle intent. He almost could not help but join the battle. As for those who had come for Ling Xiao, they were all extremely shocked. They were all rejoicing that they had not recklessly tried to kill Ling Xiao before the battle began. Otherwise, their fates would be obvious. The terrifying power of an emperor-class world, coupled with the endless killing intent, was enough to make them pay a huge price. When the two's world forces collided, they both felt that their spiritual sea was greatly shaken. The power of a world was derived from a martial artist's own strength and spiritual energy as a bridge. When the power of a world was collided, the martial artist would also be able to sense it to a certain extent. Wu Bufan's 5 divine beasts all had Tenbin's mystical abilities and were extremely powerful. On the other hand, Ling Xiao also had his own divine beasts. Although they were few in number, they had the heavenly fire and the baleful aura of death. These two terrifying powers were able to resist Wu Bufan's world forces. These two types of world forces were comparable to top-notch emperor realms. The amount of spiritual energy that they consumed was also extremely great. Ling Xiao believed that his spiritual energy was extremely monstrous, but Wu Bufan did not seem to be too weak either. The two's emperor realms clashed for 3 whole days. Neither could suppress the other, and it became a stalemate. The lake water in this part of the world was about to be blasted dry. How could Ling Xiao be a top-notch emperor's emperor? The divine beast he condensed is even more powerful than mine. Could it be that he has seen real dragons and Qilins? Wu Bufan anxiously thought to himself. His forehead was now covered with sweat. He had consumed a lot of power. If this continued, he would not be able to maintain the power of his world for much longer. Ling Xiao's situation was much better. His spiritual energy and the foundation of his power were more stable than Wu Bufan's. He had not shown any signs of exhaustion yet. As long as I can hold on for one more day, his world forces will be broken. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and thought to himself. Without using his spiritual energy to attack, Ling Xiao realized that Wu Bufan's strength was not any weaker than his. He also began to face his inner thoughts. The smooth sailing of the past few years had made him too arrogant. He had underestimated his opponents at the same level. Now Wu Bufan's challenge was a wake-up call for him. He realized that he was still not invincible. At this time Wu Bufan seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. He began to move and slashed the holy sword in his hand toward Ling Xiao. He knew that his world forces were not enough. If he wanted to win, he would have to rely on his own strength. Sword skill of the 5 elements, first form. Fusion of fire and water. 2 different energies, one water and one fire, entangled with each other. They slashed toward Ling Xiao with a cold murderous intent that could tear space apart. Can't bear it anymore? That's exactly what I want. Ling Xiao shouted to himself. He also attacked with his golden dragon spear. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art, first form. Tyrant Dragon descends. A mighty golden dragon king seemed to break through the air, bringing with it a majestic power to meet the combined attack of the water and fire sword Qi. Rumble. The powerful attacks collided with a fierce sound. Countless energy splattered in all directions. The two of them controlled the power of their worlds to devour each other's energy. Then they engaged in an intense battle. Wu Bufan's five-element sword skill was also a high-grade mystical skill. It was extremely compatible with his power. The power he unleashed was not inferior to Ling Zhao's tyrannical dragon spear art. One of them wielded a sword, while the other wielded a spear. The battle was extremely tragic. In the end, the two of them gave up on the power of their worlds. They only relied on their powerful mystical skills to fight. Both of them had rich battle experience. Their battle prowess was similar. Both of them were injured by their opponent's powerful moves. The five-colored armor on Wu Bufan's body was already damaged. There were many bloody and hideous wounds on his body. On the other hand, Ling Zhao's dragon scale armor was not in a good state. There were cracks everywhere. Sword marks like centipedes could be seen everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. This kind of competition, this kind of bloody battle, caused everyone's blood to boil. The gap between the two of them depended on their true abilities and endurance. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, the two of them had almost reached their limits. They were ready to unleash their final killing moves to determine the victor. Brother Ling, you didn't disappoint me. You were able to force me to this extent. However, you are still destined to lose this battle. Wu Bubi forced back Ling Xiao. He roared with blood flowing from his mouth. He also unleashed his most powerful attack at this moment. Hee, that's what I wanted to say to you. Ling Xiao also gathered all his strength. He didn't plan to unleash it anymore. This move was going to determine the victor. 5 elements sword skill, 7th form. Chaotic Annihilation Heaven. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art, 7th form. Furious Dragon Roar. Chapter 785. The strongest move of the 5 elements sword skill, Chaos Extermination. The 5-colored sword aura soared into the sky, and the powerful sword aura tore through the sky. It was like the sun shining down, giving people a dazzling feeling like the rising sun. It was also like the heaven and earth were separated, and the 8 suns had a majestic aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Any one of the sword aura's sword aura could split mountains and rivers, and it was as if it could destroy heaven and earth. It made people feel like the sea was trembling and insignificant. This was at least a saint-tier mystic skill, or it might even be a top-notch divine skill. On the other hand, Ling Zhao's Furious Dragon Roar was also the most powerful move of the Tyrant Dragon Spear Art. The spear shadow was like a pillar that supported the heavens, and a furious and tyrannical dragon broke through the sky. The Golden Dragon's roar was like a river that ran for thousands of miles. Everywhere the dragon's huge body went, everything was shaken into dust. It was like the ruler of all things, shaking the earth, and its aura rushed through the mountains and rivers, destroying everything. The two powerful moves clashed together, and the frightening power continuously spread out. The sky was about to be destroyed, the lakes were overturned, and the earth was shaking. The martial artists that had already retreated far away retreated thousands of miles again. They could only see the attribute light screen from afar, and they couldn't see the battle clearly. What kind of mystic skill is this? Could it be a rare saint-tier mystic skill? Otherwise, how can it display such frightening destructive power? They are both people with powerful backgrounds, and it is impossible that they don't have any real killing moves. I just didn't expect them to be so powerful. After this battle, the two of them will become the center of attention in the central region. In the future, they will chase after the legendary heavenly prodigies. That's right. No matter in which aspect, they are too abnormal. It is hard to find a match below the mystic Tharch. Who will win and who will lose will finally be revealed. I am really looking forward to it. Many martial artists' eyes were filled with even more blind worship. This was a world where the strong were respected. It was a world of power. Everyone would only worship the abnormal strong people who were beyond ordinary people. No matter who won or lost, they would become the leading figures of the central region's new generation. The Golden Dragon's momentum was like a rainbow, sweeping away many of the 5-colored astral swords. However, the 5 colored astral swords cut the golden dragon to pieces. It was like a sword slaying a dragon. In the end, the 5 colored astral swords suppressed the golden dragon's spear shadows. Brotherling, lose for me. Wu Bufan revealed a frenzied expression as he brandished his white sword. His aura was like the heavens as he dispersed Ling Xiao's powerful attack. He then charged towards Ling Xiao with an incomparably tyrannical might. Ling Xiao retreated rapidly. He didn't dare to take Wu Bufan's attack head-on with his body. The white sword in Wu Bufan's hand was a high-grade saint artifact, and his body was unable to withstand it. However, Wu Bufan was too close to him, and the sword astral had already enveloped him, making it difficult for him to unleash his speed tenbin. Before he could escape from the range of the attack, Wu Bufan had already swept towards him with an incomparably sharp sword astral. Oh no! Ling Xiao's expression changed as he raised his golden dragon spear to block the attack. However, the sword barrier seemed to be all-pervasive, and it continuously tore at his glazed dragon-scale battle armor. Streams of golden blood gushed out continuously, and Ling Xiao's entire body was engulfed by the sword barrier. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The remnant energy of the 5-colored sword barrier finally gained the upper hand, and it was obvious that Ling Xiao had lost this battle. Haha. Bastard, now you know how powerful my junior brother is, right? I already said that this lake of absolute heavens will definitely be your burial ground. Konglan, who was standing in another direction, revealed an extremely fanatical expression as he laughed. When he was in Wind Cloud City, he was so shocked by Ling Xiao's aura that he vomited blood. Moreover, he did it in front of the woman he was pursuing. That was the greatest humiliation in his life, and it also left a great shadow in his heart. Now that he saw Ling Xiao being killed by his junior brother, he felt extremely good. On the other side, Yuan Zhantian revealed an expression of disbelief. He never thought that Ling Xiao would be defeated just like that. This person, whom he once regarded as his only rival, had always been in his heart, and he had always thought that he would one day defeat him. This belief had been in his heart for a few years, but now, it felt like it had been shattered. No. How could you be defeated? Yuan Zhantian roared towards the sky, and a terrifying aura shook the surrounding area. In fact, in his heart, he also saw Ling Xiao as a friend that he could befriend. Seeing him defeated and killed, there was an indescribable sadness in his heart. In the sky, Wu Bufan's entire body was covered in injuries, and fresh blood flowed violently without end. He opened his mouth and gasped for air with large mouthfuls of air, and his countenance was extremely pale while his entire body was covered in sweat. Moreover, his meridians and muscles were trembling slightly. Obviously, he'd exhausted all his strength, and it was impossible for him to raise even the slightest bit of strength. He has already won. Wu Bufan muttered to himself as he looked at the water level of the lake. However, just as he was about to drag his exhausted and heavily injured body away, he suddenly sensed that the thin spiritual qi in the surroundings was flowing slowly, and the direction of the flow was actually flowing towards the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, he saw ripples on the bottom of the lake, as if something strange had appeared at the bottom of the lake. Wu Bufan frowned slightly as he stared at the surface of the lake. Using his Xian Qi to speed up the recovery of his injuries, he had a bad premonition in his heart. He thought to himself, could it be that Ling Xiao is not dead yet? Sure enough, a shadow appeared at the bottom of the lake. Of course, it was Ling Xiao who had fallen into the lake. At this time, his surroundings seemed to be isolated by something. The surrounding lake water couldn't touch him at all, as if it was consciously avoiding him. He wasn't dead yet, but his appearance was extremely miserable. His naked body was covered in hideous scars, and every single one of them revealed his bones and even his internal organs. There weren't many pieces of flesh left on his body, and he was like a bloody man dyed in golden blood. It was incomparably terrifying. Damn it. You've beaten this young master so badly, but you're not qualified to defeat this young master. Ling Xiao roared as he lay powerlessly at the bottom of the lake. The scars on his handsome face made him look particularly fierce. He raised his hand with difficulty, and one of his fingers stood upright like a pillar supporting the heavens. The surrounding spiritual qi quickly flew towards him like a swallow returning to its nest. On the tip of his finger, A little bit of five-colored light began to condense, and a powerful aura instantly filled the air. Many cultivators also noticed the abnormality, and quickly flew up to look at the bottom of the lake. Everyone was shocked. It can't be. He's not dead yet. Is this the legendary immortal cockroach's fate? Even his bones and internal organs can be seen. His blood is so strange, and it's actually golden in color. Moreover, the lake water around him didn't drown him. What's going on? Could it be that he still has the ability to reverse the situation? That's impossible, isn't it? I've been driven mad by their abnormal behavior. How the hell do they cultivate? They're still not done yet. Wu Bufan, you're going to be defeated. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and his vertical finger began to emit a five-colored light. Then, the glaze-like spiritual energy converged on his finger, and shot towards Wu Bufan in the sky. Three separated divine finger, first finger, jade-splitting gold. The terrifying finger radiance seemed as if it would pierce through the world. It was incomparably fast and terrifying. This was Ling Xiao's trump card that he had yet to use. He didn't know what he should do if he couldn't defeat Wu Bufan with this move. However, Wu Bufan was already at his limit. He had used up almost all of his energy when he knocked Ling Xiao down. Now that Ling Xiao could suddenly use such a powerful finger technique, it was truly unexpected. One should know that he was holding a sacred weapon in his hand, coupled with the power of his killing move. Even a 7th-grade spiritual beast would be slashed into pieces. However, Ling Xiao was only seriously injured and not killed. It was truly unbelievable. Oh no! Wu Bufan came to his senses. His pupils contracted as he cried out in alarm. Just as he was about to move his body to dodge the attack, he realized that his injuries were extremely serious. He had used up too much of his energy, and his movements were extremely slow. Watch out, young pavilion master. The elder of the Lingwu pavilion, who had been watching the battle, couldn't help but cry out when he saw that Wu Bufan was in danger. He quickly flew over like a goshawk in an attempt to save Wu Bufan. However, just as he was about to reach the sky, a beam of energy blasted towards him and blocked his path. At this moment, the finger radiance instantly appeared in front of Wu Bufan. He gritted his teeth and raised his sacred sword to slash at the finger radiance. Unfortunately, before his long sword could land, the finger radiance had already landed solidly on his chest. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky, and a mushroom-like ray of light instantly blossomed. Young pavilion master. The Lingwu pavilion's Xian emperor, who had been blocked, couldn't care less about who had blocked him. He once again flew towards Wu Bufan's direction. Everyone was so shocked by this sudden scene that they were speechless. They never thought that the person who was supposed to be defeated wouldn't be defeated. Instead, the person who wasn't defeated would be defeated in the blink of an eye. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Kong Lan was also scared out of his wits by this scene. He felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. With a pale face he murmured, How is this possible? How did junior brother lose? How did he lose? No. I definitely can't let that bastard leave this place alive. Kong Lan came back to his senses and muttered in his heart. He then turned his face to the elder beside him and said, Elder Xing, hurry up and kill that bastard. He actually killed junior brother. The quasi-martial emperor by his side nodded lightly, and then he flashed swiftly towards the lake. As he moved, a figure also flew towards Ling Xiao at an even faster speed. Before the half-martial emperor could reach Ling Xiao, the figure had already locked onto him and shouted, I'll kill whoever dares to touch him. The figure's aura suddenly rose, and the dense aura made the half-martial emperor not dare to take even half a step forward. Chapter 786. Ling Xiao's condition was unprecedentedly bad. His body was almost cut to pieces by Wu Bufan's sword energy, and it was as if he had suffered the cruel punishment of being hacked into pieces. When he was blasted to the bottom of the lake, he almost lost consciousness, and a lot of lake water poured over him. If he was completely immersed in the lake water, it would accelerate the loss of blood, and Ling Xiao would soon die. Fortunately, he had Lu Wang in his sea of consciousness, and its pure wood attribute energy could keep him alive. In addition, he had absorbed a lot of blood crystals in the chaotic abyss of war, so his blood energy was several times denser than an ordinary person's. Moreover, the ancient sovereign divine art's protection wasn't without flaws, so he was able to maintain his consciousness and didn't die. Of course, the reason he could make the lake water overflow was because he had the water isolation pearl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do this. In his current state, if he didn't recover soon, he was afraid that any king-rank expert would be able to take his life. However, he had consumed all his energy just now, and now he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. He could only rely on the powerful recovery power of the ancient sovereign divine art, and the unique origin restoring divine art to support him. Lu Wang wasn't so stingy anymore. It had harvested the essence of the blood essence magic tree, and its condition was almost recovered. Moreover, as Ling Xiao's mental strength grew more and more terrifying, it also benefited a lot. Now that Ling Xiao was in trouble, if it didn't help him, it would only be waiting for Ling Xiao to expel it. While Ling Xiao was recovering, the enemies that wanted to kill him began to appear. The endless potential Ling Xiao had displayed had put a lot of pressure on them, and if he was allowed to grow any further, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Kong Lan was the first to act, and he ordered the elder who came with him to attack Ling Xiao. However, before the elder could reach Ling Xiao, someone else stood in front of him, blocking his path. "I'll kill whoever dares to touch him." An imposing figure holding a golden rod stared coldly at the half-step sovereign elder, and his biting cold aura was suffocating. This figure was Yuan Zhantian. He had been watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan for the past few days, and the battle intent in his heart was surging. He saw Ling Xiao as a true opponent, and he also felt a little more like a friend to Ling Xiao. Naturally, he didn't want others to kick him when he was down. "Get out of my way, or I'll kill you as well," the quasi-emperor said faintly, and a peak 6th rank spirit beast appeared beside him. Yuan Zhantian didn't waste any more time. He immediately used his world energy to deduce the situation. Countless sacred battle apes wielded their golden rods and charged at the half-step emperor and the rank 6 spirit beast. The cries of the apes resounded through the sky. The martial artists not far away all came back to their senses, and were all surprised. It seems like someone is going to hit Ling Xiao when he's down. How despicable. There's no such thing as humility between enemies. However, it's really unexpected that Yuan Zhantian would protect Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, is Wu Bufan dead? If he's really dead, I'm afraid the spiritual martial pavilion will go crazy. Although he lost this battle, his future growth is still limitless. I really didn't expect that he would lose like this. That Ling Xiao is the #1 person in his generation. While Yuan Zhantian was obstructing the half-step emperor and the rank 6 spirit beast, the elder from the spiritual martial pavilion had already found Wu Bufan, who was thousands of meters away. At this moment, Wu Bufan's chest was blasted through, and his internal organs were exposed. The bloodstains all over his body made him look hideous and frightening. An ordinary person would have died 8 or 10 times in such a state. However, Wu Bufan still had a breath left in him. He was not really dead. The elder's expression changed. Without hesitation, he immediately bent down and took out a top-notch 8th-grade healing elixir, and stuffed it into Wu Bufan's mouth. At the same time, he took out a bottle of holy spring water, and poured it on Wu Bufan's chest wound. As the elixir and the holy spring water took effect, the wound on Wu Bufan's chest actually healed at an extremely fast speed. The elder wiped the sweat off his forehead and murmured. Fortunately, the old pavilion master knew that this trip wouldn't be smooth. He gave me an 8th-grade elixir, and a few drops of holy spring water. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I didn't expect the demonic emperor's disciple to be so powerful. He even defeated the young pavilion master. The elder didn't have time to care about anything else. After Wu Bufan's wounds healed, he carried the unconscious Wu Bufan, and immediately left. At a corner, a ferocious expert at the Emperor realm spoke to his 2 quasi-emperor companions. Attack! Otherwise, something unexpected might happen. As soon as he finished speaking, his imposing aura erupted, and his figure flashed swiftly towards Ling Xiao like a shooting star. Moreover, his 2 companions followed right behind him. It wasn't just his position, Many cultivators in the surroundings had flashed up at the same time, and they were charging towards Ling Xiao as well. A total of over 10 groups of experts that weren't inferior to the Emperor realm had appeared here, and there were many quasi-emperors and heavenly exalts following behind them. Such a terrifying force caused all the cultivators in the surroundings to be astounded. All of them had Ling Xiao as their target. Some were here for the sake of the Gu clan's generous reward, and they hoped to be able to take the lead and take Ling Xiao's head in order to obtain the reward. There were also some who were here for the treasures in Ling Xiao's possession. The various miraculous techniques Ling Xiao had revealed earlier had aroused their interest. Moreover, he even had heavenly jewels and saint artifacts in his possession. All of these were extremely tempting to them. Birds die in pursuit of food, and men die in pursuit of wealth. This was a law that had never changed since ancient times. Even if Ling Xiao was the disciple of the demonic emperor, the demonic emperor had already left for the heaven domain, and there was no way he would return. Hence, they had nothing to worry about. They were taking advantage of Ling Xiao's illness to take his life. Yuan Zhantian had also noticed the abnormality, and he immediately went berserk. Countless sacred battle apes smashed the quasi-emperor elder and the 6th-grade spirit beast into minced meat. Although Yuan Zhantian had the strength of a high-level heavenly exalted, his battle prowess wasn't inferior to that of Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Dealing with a mere quasi-emperor was a piece of cake for him. After getting rid of the quasi-emperor elder, the golden rod in Yuan Zhantian's hand instantly expanded to become as large as a pillar that supported the heavens, causing everyone to feel incomparably horrified. "All of you go to hell!" Yuan Zhantian roared, and he swung the golden rod with boundless might towards the people flying towards him. This move was a move that used strength to break through 10,000 caddies, and it was simple and effective. 3 low-level Xian emperors and several heavenly venerables were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Several heavenly venerables were immediately smashed into smithereens, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Those Xian emperors were not ordinary people. They dodged the attack and did not bother with Yuan Zhantian. Instead, they charged towards Ling Xiao, who was at the bottom of the lake. "Bastard!" Yuan Zhantian exclaimed. His figure flashed, and he chased after those Xian emperors like a bolt of lightning. Unfortunately, there were too many people attacking him at the same time. It was impossible for him to stop so many people with his strength alone. 2 emperors were already above Ling Xiao, and their eyes were filled with intense killing intent. The weapons in their hands were about to slash at Ling Xiao. At this critical moment, a figure mixed in among the many martial artists suddenly attacked from an unexpected direction. PFFF. This figure was like a venomous snake lurking in the grass, and also like a ghost in the dark. The long sword in his hand was like a scythe reaping human life. In an instant, the heads of those 2 low-level Xian emperors were chopped off. The 2 headless corpses fell heavily to the ground. This sudden scene caused many martial artists who came to attack to stop in their tracks. Killing 2 low-level Xian emperors in the blink of an eye made them fearful. The person who came was Fang Chen, who came with Ling Xiao. He had not appeared earlier because he was hiding among the many martial artists, hiding his presence and aura. Previously, when the spiritual martial court Xian emperor wanted to save Wu Bufan, he was the one who stopped him. Otherwise, Wu Bufan would not have been seriously injured by Ling Xiao. His current strength was no longer that of a low-level Xian emperor. With Ling Xiao's supreme-grade Xian emperor elixir, he directly advanced to the mid-level Xian emperor cultivation. Coupled with his assassin's assassination techniques, it was a piece of cake for him to instantly kill 2 Xian emperors that were weaker than him. "Whoever wants young master's life, ask the sword in my hand first." Fang Chen held the sword that was still dripping with blood and said coldly. At the same time, his protective spiritual beast, the 7th-tier rat beast, appeared beside him and protected Ling Xiao. Fang Chen's mid-level Xian emperor cultivation also rose at this moment. Most of the martial artists who wanted to take advantage of the situation to get ping became timid. A mid-level Xian emperor was not someone that anyone could offend. Without some ability, who would dare to take half a step forward? With the appearance of Fang Chen, those weaker martial artists turned around and left. They were afraid that they would die a violent death if they were late by even half a beat. In an instant, the hundreds of martial artists that suddenly rushed up were mostly gone. Only 10 or so martial artists who were above the Tharch rank remained. However, these 10 or so Xian emperors were not together. They did not immediately join hands to attack Fengchen and Yuan Zhantian. Among these 10 Xian emperors, 3 of them were already mid-level Xian emperors. One of them said, "Let's join hands to kill them first. Then we will decide who will kill Ling Xiao. What does everyone think?" This mid-level Xian emperor was undoubtedly very calm. He knew to unite against the enemy first before splitting the benefits. That's good too. Then let's take him down first. The rest of you can go deal with that heavenly venerate. Another mid-level Xian emperor responded and summoned his protective spiritual beast. Together with the other 2 mid-level Xian emperors, they started to deal with Fengchen. The other low-level Xian emperors started to surround Yuan Zhantian and attack. "You guys have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. How dare you have designs on my boss?" At this moment, an angry voice came from the bottom of the lake. Chapter 787. A young man with a gun in his hand appeared beside Ling Xiao without anyone noticing. This young man was especially handsome, and his body was extremely tall and muscular. He gave off a tall and mighty aura, and his aura was dignified. That intense fire attribute constantly revolved around him, evaporating quite a bit of the lake water nearby. Accompanying his appearance was a mighty wolf king with golden white fur. This wolf king had a huge body size, and those cold and bloodthirsty fangs made people shudder in fear. The third eye on its forehead was emitting a dense and sinister intent. It howled towards the sky, as though venting the dissatisfaction in its heart. Who else could this young man be but the prodigal? He had devoured the golden serene pearl with the demon fire pearl in the medicine sect, and he had been in a state of digesting the fire attribute essence. The golden serene pearl was a rare pearl of heaven and earth, and it had gathered tens of thousands of years of fire attribute essence. Although the prodigal had only devoured 1/3 of its energy, it was enough for him to advance. Now he had already reached the peak of the 7th level low tier, and he could step into the 7th level high tier at any time. If it was any other spirit beast that had absorbed so much energy from the heaven fire, they would have jumped 2 or 3 levels. However, the prodigal was a divine beast, and every level he advanced required a huge amount of energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have eaten the beast core like it was candy and didn't advance quickly. Hence, it was already not easy for him to advance a level by relying on the heaven fire. Furthermore, he had an unexpected gain. The prodigal and Xiao Jin flew into the sky together, and their combination immediately attracted the attention of others. They couldn't understand why a young man and a 7th level spirit beast appeared out of nowhere. From the looks of it, they seemed to be here to help Ling Xiao. The prodigal yelled out loudly, and he flew towards the sky with his gun. He shot out a red flame at one of the middle-tier mystic thearchs. The deep purple flames that he had unleashed gave people a very fearful feeling. Wherever they passed, even the air would be burned cleanly. The Qilin divine fire was originally a type of fire that was on par with the heavenly fire. Now that the prodigal had absorbed the golden rending flame, his divine fire had also evolved, and its power was much greater than before. This was the true benefit it gained from devouring the dark golden splitting pearl. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he challenge this Tharch? He really doesn't know his place. Buddy, attack him. Eat him up. That mid-tier mystic Tharch did not seem to think much of this wastrel. With his current strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with this young man? He didn't make a move himself. Instead, he let his 7th level spirit beast deal with the prodigal. However, the protective spiritual beast that had always obeyed his orders did not attack at this moment. Instead, it took a few steps back. Its eyes revealed a deep sense of fear, as if it had seen through the wastrel's true form, causing it to not dare to challenge the beast emperor's dignity. "Buddy, what are you doing?" That mid-tier mystic Tharch exclaimed in confusion. At this moment, the prodigal's powerful flame light had already arrived. That powerful pressure made that middle-stage mystic Tharch feel that this young man in front of him was extraordinary. He didn't have the time to bother about his own spirit beast. His hand blasted out a powerful elemental attack towards the flames. Unfortunately, the power of this flame was much more terrifying than he had imagined. It could actually burn his attack into ashes. There were still some remnants of the flame that were attacking him. So powerful. That middle-stage mystic Tharch was astonished. He immediately moved and displayed his own celestial power. However, before his celestial power could expand to its maximum, a sea of flames was also released. That deep purple flame light pounced towards his celestial power. This wasn't an illusory power. It was an actual divine fire. In an instant, it burned that middle-stage mystic Thearka's celestial power until it shrunk. Furthermore, the sea of flames surrounded that middle-stage mystic Tharch and started burning him. That middle-stage mystic Tharch used his elemental energy to resist with all his might. However, he realized that his elemental energy was of no use. It was getting thinner and thinner. What kind of fire is this? It's so terrifying, he exclaimed as he flew upwards in an attempt to escape from this sea of flames. It was a pity that the wastrel smashed his spear down on his head. That middle-stage mystic Tharch had no choice but to raise his weapon to defend himself. When the two attacks clashed, that middle-stage mystic Tharch fell into the sea of flames again. Streaks of divine fire with incomparable heat were like spiritual snakes. They continuously coiled around that middle-stage mystic Tharch. That middle-stage mystic Thearka's dark protection force was instantly incinerated. The divine fire immediately entered his body and started burning him. The middle-stage mystic Tharch didn't expect this deep purple fire to be so terrifying. His defense was like an empty shell. In an instant he was injured. What's more, the feeling of being burned was so painful that he wanted to die. The burning speed was very fast. He couldn't rely on his own energy to get rid of it. As he screamed, he plunged towards the lake below. He wanted to use water to extinguish the fire. However, a shocking scene happened. When he plunged downwards, before he even reached the bottom of the lake, his entire body had been incinerated into ashes by the deep purple fire. Not a single piece of him was left. When he screamed, many people looked towards him. When they saw this, their hearts jumped in fright. A middle-stage mystic Tharch expert was burned alive. What's more, there wasn't even a single piece of him left. Everyone looked at the wastrel in a different way. Some of the factions that hadn't made a move had a different feeling again. In one direction, there was a group of martial artists who were hiding their auras. They looked ordinary and wore ordinary clothes. They were no different from ordinary martial artists. These people looked at each other and seemed to be transmitting some kind of message. It was obvious that they were targeting Ling Xiao. Following that, this group of people split up and quietly approached Ling Xiao. The wastrel killed a middle-stage mystic Tharch. With a domineering aura, he charged towards the other two middle-stage mystic Thearchs who were surrounding Fengchen. His roar and the powerful divine beast's heavenly prowess shocked those Tier 7 spirit beasts so much that they didn't dare to move recklessly. They all felt an oppressive feeling that came from the source. It caused them to feel their hands and feet tied. This oppressive force was only targeted at the enemy spirit beasts. Fengchen's Tier 7 rat beast and Xiaojin weren't affected. They had the confidence to kill everyone. The wastrel was already at the peak of Tier 7 middle stage. His true strength wasn't any weaker than a high-stage mystic Tharch. After all, he was a divine beast's incarnation. Between humans and spirit beasts, of the same tier, spirit beasts were relatively stronger. The wastrel was a divine beast. His battle strength was definitely much stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. He even had the help of the divine fire. One could only imagine how terrifying his battle strength was. "I'll kill them. You go and support that monkey." The wastrel was full of confidence. In a short while he charged into the three middle-stage mystic Thearchs. The gun in his hand spun circles of deep purple flames towards the two middle-stage mystic Thearchs. The pressure on Fengchen was greatly reduced. He didn't hesitate and left the battle circle. He went to support Yuan Zhantian. The wastrel was fighting 1 against 2. He still had the upper hand. The two middle-stage mystic Thearchs were forced into a sorry state by the divine fire. Basically, they didn't dare to come into contact with the wastrel's divine fire. They were afraid that they would end up like that middle-stage mystic Tharch. The two of them had thoughts of escaping. However, the wastrel wouldn't allow them to do so. Anyone who dares to offend me shall die. The wastrel's strength had increased tremendously. His battle strength was also insane. He used a set of powerful spear arts and stabbed the two middle-stage mystic thearchs who were trying to escape. On the other side, with Feng Chen's help, Yuan Zhantian's situation was turning for the better. However, when the two middle-stage mystic thearchs were defeated by the wastrel, those low-stage mystic thearchs were all terrified. Without thinking, they turned and ran. That was the fastest speed they had ever run in their lives. Boom boom boom. Not all of them were so lucky. 7 or 8 of the 10-odd low-stage mystic thearchs were killed. Only 2 or 3 of them managed to escape. The wastrel wanted to give chase. However, he heard Feng Chen exclaim, "Gold Killer is attacking." Following that, Feng Chen didn't hesitate. He flew towards one direction of the lake. The longsword in his hand surged with countless terrifying sword auras. Bang! The sword barrier exploded on the surface of a lake, creating countless splashes. Feng Chen had already sunk to the bottom of the lake. Following that, waves of water shot up into the sky. Among the waves, there were blobs of blood. No one knew if it was Feng Chen's or someone else's. Someone actually launched a sneak attack, courting death. The wastrel saw the situation and exclaimed. He also dived into the lake. His dark purple fire was like the sun. In an instant, it evaporated a lot of the lake water. Following that, a series of explosions could be heard. The waves on the surface of the lake were getting higher and higher. It was like the wind and the waves were strong. It was extremely hair-raising. This was an underwater battle that couldn't be seen. However, it was imaginable how exciting it was. There were still some skilled and daring martial artists who didn't leave. They stared at the intense battle and couldn't help but exclaim, "This Ling Zhao's helper is really strong. He actually managed to stop so many experts. It seems like he was prepared." Nonsense. He knew that this trip was dangerous. If he didn't bring some men, would he be at the mercy of others? The people from the Gu clan haven't made a move yet. I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't have it easy this time. Although he has helpers, they won't be able to stop the people that are coming. Could it be that a prodigy of a generation is going to fall here? The wastrel, Xiao Jin, Feng Chen, and Yuan Zhantian were all entangled by many opponents. There was no one around Ling Xiao to protect him. A figure with a weak aura appeared not far from Ling Xiao. That person revealed a sinister expression and muttered, "Bastard! I said that I won't let you leave the Sky Despair Lake alive. This day next year will be your death anniversary." As he spoke, he attacked Ling Xiao, who was in the midst of recuperating with his sword. Chapter 788. The one who tried to assassinate Ling Xiao was not one of Sha Tian's men, but Kong Lan from the martial spirit court. The seed of hatred in his heart towards Ling Xiao was growing deeper and deeper. Now that Ling Xiao was not dead, and had even defeated his junior brother, Wu Bufan, he would not be able to rest easy. Ling Xiao's strength had been deeply imprinted in his heart. As long as Ling Xiao was not dead, he would not be able to rest easy. Kong Lan did not know that Ling Xiao did not care about such a despicable person like him. It was his wishful thinking that Ling Xiao would treat him as an opponent and pose a threat to him. Kong Lan's longsword was like a venomous snake as it pierced towards Ling Xiao, who was healing himself. His target was still Ling Xiao's heart. It was obvious that he wanted to end Ling Xiao's life in one move. Die. Kong Lan looked at the tip of the sword that was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. His face was filled with excitement and malevolence, as if he could already see Ling Xiao dying in front of his eyes. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his dragon eyes. An oppressive aura was released, and his hand moved as fast as lightning. He grabbed Kong Lan's longsword with his bare hands. "You! Go to hell!" Kong Lan was shocked at first. He then spun the longsword in his hand and concentrated all his spiritual energy into the longsword in an attempt to cripple Ling Xiao's hand. Unfortunately, he found that the longsword in his hand could not move at all. No matter how much strength he exerted, it was of no use. Kong Lan's eyes were filled with extreme shock. He never thought that Ling Xiao would be able to resist after such a short period of time. "Do you want my life? You're not qualified." Ling Xiao said faintly as he exerted strength in his wrist. Crack. The high-grade spiritual weapon was actually broken by Ling Xiao. Kong Lan did not hesitate and immediately retreated. He realized that even if Ling Xiao was seriously injured, he would still be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, before he could retreat more than a meter, he felt a chill on his neck, and his mind immediately went blank. He subconsciously grabbed his neck with both hands and his eyes widened. It was obvious that he could not accept the truth. In the end, his body fell backward and was swept away by the rippling waves of the lake to who knows where. Ling Xiao held the sword tip that was still stained with blood and casually threw it away. His dragon eyes were filled with disdain. At this time, Ling Xiao's body had already recovered from most of his injuries. With the help of Lu Wang and the ancient emperor divine art, his injured skin and flesh quickly healed. His sinister appearance from before had already recovered by 70 to 80%, and his battle strength had also recovered by 10 to 20%. Although it was only 10% to 20% of his strength, it was enough to instantly kill a mid-level heavenly venerate like Kong Lan. After this battle, Ling Xiao had also gained a lot. He did not have time to savor the feeling for the time being. 2 elixirs appeared in his palm, and he immediately threw them into his mouth. Then several top-grade blood crystals appeared. They were instantly shattered and entered Ling Xiao's mouth to replenish the essence blood he had lost. Whoosh! With the elixirs and top-grade blood crystals as a supplement, Ling Xiao's aura soared instantly. At the same time, his flesh and blood began to heal at a rapid rate. Layers of golden light enveloped him, and tiny golden dragons constantly wandered around him, looking extremely mighty and extraordinary. This was the phenomenon of the ancient emperor's divine technique healing at full speed. The divine technique was rapidly devouring the medicinal properties of the elixirs and the essence blood of the top-grade blood crystals. At this time, in a direction not far away, a group of people noticed the abnormality on Ling Xiao's side. An old man leading the group exclaimed, It's the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Not good, he's recovering from his injuries. We can't wait any longer. We have to kill him immediately. There were a total of 10 people in this group, and the old man who spoke was a high-level mystic emperor. Behind him were 2 mid-level mystic emperors, 4 low-level mystic emperors, and 3 half-step emperors. This force was almost the Gu family's supreme elites. This time, they not only wanted to kill Ling Xiao here, but they also wanted to destroy all the forces that Ling Xiao had established to vent their hatred. 10 powerful auras moved together. They could no longer care about bullying the young. As long as Ling Xiao was not eliminated, he would eventually become a hidden danger to the Gu family. Therefore, they were determined to make Ling Xiao stay here forever. Bang bang. At this time, the people who were fighting at the bottom of the lake rushed out. The first to come out were a few ordinary-looking martial artists. They were obviously Sha Tian's gold killer assassins. There were 2 mid-level mystic emperors and 3 low-level mystic emperors. They had just arrived in mid-air when they summoned their spirit beasts. They had more or less some injuries on their bodies. It was obvious that the fight at the bottom of the lake did not end well. Following that, the prodigal Little Gold, Fang Chen, and Yuan Zhantian also rushed out. The prodigal's flames were still as strong as before, but his battle strength had not decreased at all. Little Gold, on the other hand, had many wounds on its body. Each one was shocking to look at, but its killing intent was still as strong as ever. Fang Chen also had many wounds on his body, and his aura had been greatly depleted. However, his eyes were still fixed on Sha Tian's men. Yuan Zhantian's injuries were no less than Little Gold's. One of his arms was bleeding profusely, and it was obvious that this arm was the most heavily injured. Following their appearance, many broken limbs appeared on the surface of the lake. It was obvious that some people had been killed at the bottom of the lake, and these people were obviously Sha Tian's men. You bastards, don't run if you have the guts. I will kill all of you. The prodigal's warlike personality did not lose to Ling Xiao's. After he came out from the bottom of the lake, he shouted and charged towards Sha Tian's men with his gun. Second young master, don't be rash. There are experts coming. Fang Chen stopped the prodigal. His gaze was fixed on the 10 emperor-level experts from the Gu clan. The prodigal also stopped in his tracks and looked in the direction Feng Chen was looking at. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. I will kill as many as they come. What is there to be afraid of? Sha Tian's men did not dare to act rashly for the time being. They all knew how powerful the prodigal was. If they fought him head-on, they would not be able to win. The Gu clan's high-level mystic Tharch was called Gu Ai. The two mid-level mystic Thearchs were Gu Sai and Gu Ma. The three of them were the Gu clan's Grand Supreme Elders. They were even older than Gu Xing, who was killed by Ling Xiao previously. The other Emperor-level experts were also the Gu clan's almighty experts. Gu Xing's death and Ling Xiao's rapid rise had forced the Gu clan to take this matter seriously. I will deal with this heaven fire brat. You guys go and kill the others. Gu Dong, I will leave the brat's head to you. Gu Ai calmly instructed his men. Then, a powerful energy burst forth from him, and a large world instantly enveloped the area. Countless purple snakes and pythons shot out like lightning. Rumble. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. The powerful aura caused the entire area to shake. The area within a few thousand meters was filled with his snakes. This Gu Ai was a thunder attribute martial artist. His world power was the Thunder Snake World. It had already reached the mid-grade spirit level world power. Its power was not to be underestimated. Sha Tian's men immediately retreated far away. The prodigal held his gun, and his aura also exploded. A Qilin mythical beast shadow appeared behind him. This was the shadow of his own body. It was so solid and frightening. He waved the gun in his hand. Countless deep purple flames burned like waves of fire. His gun shadow attacked Gu Ai, who was in the Thunder Snake world. However, Gu Shao's thunder snakes were not ordinary creatures. They opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards the prodigal. Countless lightning bolts surrounded the prodigal, preventing him from getting close to Gu Ai. Gu Ai raised both his hands slightly and shouted, 10,000 lightning strike. Suddenly the color of the sky changed. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky. Following that, streaks of lightning as thick as water buckets came crashing down. Rumble. The terrifying power of the heavens made people tremble in fear. At this time, the martial artists not far away had all escaped. A battle between emperor-level martial artists was not something they could simply watch. A celestial venerable could die with just a little bit of energy, who would not be afraid of being implicated. Xiao Jin, Feng Chen, and Yuan Zhantian were entangled by the people from the Gu family. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. The low-level mystic Tharch from the Gu family, Gu Dong, was already rushing towards Ling Xiao's position. If Ling Xiao had the cultivation of an emperor-level martial artist previously, he was now seriously injured. Gu Dong was not afraid of him at all. Damn bastard, how dare you kill my fifth brother? Give me your life. Gu Dong was Gu Xing's elder brother. Ling Xiao had killed Gu Xing, so it was a great enmity. Gu Dong was filled with murderous intent towards Ling Xiao. Gu Dong was serious. He knew how powerful the Vajra 5 transformation art was, and was afraid that Ling Xiao could recover quickly. Rays of golden sword chi formed the shape of a dragon, and roared towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned his head and frowned slightly. His mental strength surged out like a tide. An invisible golden dragon spear danced with the powerful tyrant dragon spear art, and smashed into Gu Dong's mental realm. Suddenly, Gu Dong felt his mental realm was in chaos. It was as if his mind was about to explode. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling screech, and his powerful move immediately dissipated. He held his head and rolled around in the lake. Ling Xiao's consciousness moved. The ice and fire sword flew out of the spatial ring, as if it had a mind of its own. Gu Dong's head was immediately cut off, and a pool of blood gushed out like a fountain. After a while, Ling Xiao finally finished absorbing the energy of the elixir and top-grade blood crystal. Although his combat strength had not returned to its peak, he could still fight. The glazed dragon scale armor around his body slowly appeared again. A mighty golden dragon began to roar. He waved his hand and Gu Dong's head appeared in his hand. Then he shot up into the sky. Whoever wants my life, Ling Xiao, get over here. Ling Xiao's voice was like a dragon's roar, spreading thousands of miles away. Chapter 789. Whoever wants my Ling Xiao's life, get your ass over here. Ling Xiao was like a real dragon coming into being. His roar was filled with a domineering and fierce killing intent. His voice shook thousands of miles, and all the experts who remained on the lake felt their eardrums go numb. For a moment everyone stopped fighting. They did not expect Ling Xiao to recover from his half-dead state in just 2 hours. His speed was simply too amazing. The prodigal retreated to Ling Xiao's side and asked, "Boss, are you all right?" Ling Xiao patted the prodigal's shoulder and said, "Boss, it's not that easy to die. Even if someone were to die, they would be the ones to die first." "That's right, especially this old guy. His lightning is too domineering. If not for my thick skin, I would have been injured by him." The prodigal pointed at Gu Ai and said. At this time, Xiao Jin and Feng Chen retreated to Ling Xiao's side. The injured Yuan Zhantian did not get too close to Ling Xiao, but he had undoubtedly chosen to stand on Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao saw Yuan Zhantian's injured arm and frowned slightly. He threw a small bottle at him. This small bottle contained the spring of life. Every drop had a strong healing ability, and could even strengthen one's physique. Ling Xiao could not bear to use it because he was seriously injured just now. Now that he gave Yuan Zhantian a drop, it was clear that he was very grateful for Yuan Zhantian's help. Ling Xiao had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. If others were good to him, Ling Xiao would definitely repay them handsomely. If others were not good to him, he would return the favor several times over. Yuan Zhantian did not know what Ling Xiao had given him, but he knew that Ling Xiao would not harm him. He didn't even think about it, and immediately drank the spring of life. All of a sudden, he felt that his body had undergone an astonishing change. The injuries on his body were recovering at an extremely fast speed, and the hidden injuries left behind from his previous battles seemed to have been cleansed once again. All of his muscles recovered a vigorous vitality, and the energy of his body seemed to have increased by a lot. Gu Ai and the others did not pay attention to the recovering Yuan Zhantian. The 9 of them surrounded Ling Xiao's group, while the 5 Sha Tian's emperor-level experts watched them covetously. On the surface, the difference in strength between Ling Xiao's group and their opponents was too great. In the eyes of others, they could only be defeated. In the eyes of Gu Ai and the others, Ling Xiao's group was like fish in a barrel. Gu Ai stared at the head in Ling Xiao's hand, her eyes flashing with anger. You actually killed Gu Dong, you little bastard. You really are ruthless." Ling Xiao tiptoed and looked at the head in Gu Ai's hand. He sneered. "If a piece of trash dies, then so be it. Why are you so angry?" With that, he exerted force in his palm, and Gu Dong's head instantly turned into a puddle of blood. "Damn it, go. Chop them all into minced meat." Gu Ai shouted with his eyes wide open. Then he once again unleashed the power of the world of thunder serpents, and enveloped Ling Xiao's group. "Boss, leave him to me. I'll leave the rest to you." The prodigal took the lead and entered Gu Ai's world of thunder serpents with his spear. At this time, the Gu family members also summoned their spirit beasts. Every spirit beast had the strength of a level 7, and 2 of them were flood dragons. Their combat strength was also quite strong. For a moment, the sky above the lake was shaken by waves of tyrannical aura, causing the sky and earth to shake. The power of Gu Ai's world of thunder serpents was even more shocking. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand, and his aura continued to rise. Xiao Jin, on the other hand, stuck close to him. "Today, let me slaughter to my heart's content." Ling Xiao's expression was still a little pale, but his aura had recovered by 70%, and his mental strength was still full. Since the start of the battle with Wu Bufan, Ling Xiao had not used his mental strength. He only used it once when he attacked Gu Dong just now. It could be said that his mental strength had become the greatest reliance for him to injure his enemies. He did not need to summon the Earth Flame Tiger and the Dragon Lady. Now his mental strength was divided into 2 and attacked 2 low-level mystic thearchs at the same time. The ice and fire sword in his hand also left his hand and flew out. The 2 emperor-ranked experts who were hit by the mental energy immediately lost their ability to fight and screamed miserably. The ice and fire swords were divine weapons that could reap lives, so their heads were immediately chopped off. The people of the Gu clan didn't know what had happened, but it had already turned out like this, causing them to become sluggish. Feng Chen was originally an assassin. The moment the people from the Gu clan were stunned, he pounced forward like a leopard hunting its prey, and the long sword in his hand quickly reaped the heads of the two half-thearchs. The remaining people from the Gu clan all cried out in anger. Damn it, quickly kill them all. Gu Sai was the first to cry out, and a large amount of the world's energy enveloped towards Ling Xiao. Facing a mid-level mystic Tharch, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless, and he concentrated all his mental strength towards Gu Sai. The formless golden dragon spear shadow attacked, and it was definitely a great killing weapon that could not be defended against. Gu Sai's mental strength was also instantly attacked, and the intense turbulence in his sea of consciousness caused his consciousness to become chaotic. The moment his body stopped was also the moment his head was chopped off. Haha! Your people from the Gu clan are only SOSO. All of you are trash, and yet you dare to come and take this young master's life. Ling Xiao's killing intent intensified, and after he chopped off Gu Sai's head, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He had not taken any action against the forces of the Gu clan, because he felt that the time was not right. Now that his wings were fully fledged, the Gu clan and the Sha Tian clan had already entered his list of forces that he had to kill as soon as possible. Following the death of Gu Sai, the rest of the people from the Gu clan were rather shocked. They could not understand how two dignified low-level mystic thearchs and a mid-level mystic tharch were killed in a blink of an eye. If Ling Xiao really had such formidable combat strength, why didn't he instantly kill Wu Bufan when he was fighting with him? Instead, he fought bitterly until the end? One of the mid-level mystic thearchs from the Sha Tian clan seemed to have realized something as he exclaimed to his people. This person cannot be killed anymore. Retreat immediately. Since you are here, don't even think of escaping. Ling Xiao had already sensed that Sha Tian clan was about to retreat. He did not want to watch them escape just like that. He temporarily gave up on killing the members of the Gu clan. After all, Feng Chen, Xiao Jin, and Yuan Zhantian were more than enough to deal with the remaining members of the Gu clan. Ling Xiao's speed was raised to the extreme as he continuously used his mental energy to attack the two mid-level mystic thearchs. Since his mental energy was weak, it would definitely not be able to deal much damage to them. However, it would be able to slow down their speed. Ling Xiao's purple heavenly fire instantly enveloped the two of them. The heavenly fire could burn anything. Even if the two mid-level mystic thearchs were to be touched by the heavenly fire, they would not be able to extinguish it. Ultimately, they were still incinerated into ashes. The other three low-level mystic thearchs could not escape from Ling Xiao's unparalleled speed, as well as his formless and traceless mental energy attack. The 5 thearchs did not even have the strength to resist, and had already perished in his hands. This kind of pleasurable killing that was akin to waiting for death made Ling Xiao feel extremely satisfied. After this massacre, Ling Xiao's mental energy had been greatly depleted. When he rushed back to the lake, the few of them were still fighting. Feng Chen was obviously at a disadvantage, and was being forced into a sorry state by the other party. His 7th-grade rat spirit beast was being bitten by Gu Ma's 7th-grade flood dragon, and was covered in injuries. Xiao Jin relied on the power of its third eye and its strong physique to withstand the attacks of a low-level mystic tharch and a 7th-grade spirit beast without being defeated. However, the injuries on its body had increased by quite a bit. As for Yuan Zhantian, he relied on his own strength to withstand the attacks of a low-level mystic tharch, a half-tharch, and 2 7th-grade spirit beasts without being defeated. In fact, he even had the upper hand. His injuries had already recovered with the help of Ling Xiao's spring liquid. His condition had reached an unprecedented state. His world of countless sacred battle apes split into 4 groups and attacked the 2 humans and 2 beasts. The might of the fighting heaven staff art was as strong as ever. On the other side, the battle between the prodigal and Gu Ai was the most intense. The prodigal had the help of the divine fire, and was a divine beast. His battle strength was close to that of a high-level mystic tharch. Gu Ai was a genuine high-level mystic tharch. He had lived for countless years and fought countless battles in his life. With the help of the Thunder Force, he had always had the upper hand. However, he realized that the young man in front of him was extremely abnormal. After being struck by his Thunder Snake many times, The young man was only crying out in pain, and did not seem to be injured at all. This caused a huge wave to rise in his heart. Even a mid-level mystic Tharch would be severely injured if they were struck by his thunder snake. Even a normal high-level mystic Tharch would not be able to withstand it so easily. However, this young man in front of him, whose strength he could not see through, was fine after being struck by his thunder snake. How could he not feel frustrated? Old man, come on. Aren't you very powerful? You want to kill me with just a mere thunder snake? Dream on. The more the prodigal spoke, the angrier he became. The flintlock in his hand stabbed towards Guai. In his world of generosity, Guai dodged calmly and did not dare to get involved in the prodigal's fire. The thunder snake continued to dance and attack wildly. After fighting for a long time, Guai diverted his attention to sense if the battle on the other side had ended. However, this distraction caused his mind to be in a mess. The auras of the people he brought along had all disappeared. No, impossible. How could they be killed so quickly? Guai exclaimed. He abandoned the prodigal and flew in the direction he came from. How could the prodigal allow him to run away like this? He chased after him hurriedly. Once again he returned to the sky above the lake. There was no longer anyone from the Gu clan waiting for Guai. In front of him were Ling Xiao, Feng Chun, and Yuan Zhantian. As for Little Gold, it had already been kept by Ling Xiao. Gu Sai Gu Ma, where did all of you go? Guai looked around and realized that there was really no one else's aura. He could not accept this reality and shouted loudly. His heart was filled with sorrow. Go on and shout. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, no one will care about you. They are all waiting for you in the netherworld. Ling Xiao said coldly. Chapter 790. The Gu family's 10 emperors were practically all the Gu family's supreme grade elites. They'd set out together to kill Ling Xiao, then head to Wine Cloud City and annihilate all of Ling Xiao's forces, so that they could display the Gu family's might, and let everyone in the central region know that the Gu family wasn't to be trifled with. They'd already taken Ling Xiao's strength quite seriously this time. However, they didn't know how strange and frightening Ling Xiao's method of killing was. He didn't even need to use much spiritual energy to kill people one by one. This was almost like a demon's killing, which made people feel extremely terrified. Guai couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. Their strength was enough to sweep through any of the 18 great powers, but they'd clearly gained the upper hand. Yet they'd still been completely annihilated by a few people. He simply couldn't accept this fact. Damn it, I'm going to kill all of you here. Guai was like an enraged lion. After letting out a shout, he finally summoned his spirit beast. He'd thought that he could deal with them easily with their strength, but he hadn't expected that he'd still be forced to use his trump card. Rumble. Powerful lightning energy blasted out incessantly, and a purple figure instantly filled the air. The surroundings seemed to be affected by the lightning. An extremely powerful and oppressive aura caused the expressions of Ling Xiao and the others to turn grim. The aura was so oppressive that they felt like they couldn't move. There was no need to guess. This was definitely Guai's protective spiritual beast. This spiritual beast didn't take the form of a beast, but a human. His expression was cold and gloomy, and his body was tall and mighty. Lightning energy constantly revolved around him, and his purple hair curled up like a snake, making him seem extremely arrogant and domineering. A spirit beast that could transform into a human form was a high-rank spirit beast that was at least a Class 8 spirit beast. This is a Grade 8 transformed spiritual beast. Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He really didn't expect Guai to have such a powerful protective spiritual beast, and it was truly a surprise to him. Thinking back to the time when he fought his way out of the medicine sect, he hadn't seen Hu Qianzhong and the others summon their protective spirit beasts. It seemed that they really didn't want to fight to the death with him and gave him a way out. Don't you know that I haven't slept enough? Why did you call me out? The purple shadow looked at Guai and said coldly. It didn't seem like a conversation between a master and a servant. Instead, it felt like he was suppressing Guai. Guai bowed slightly and said to Ziying, Uncle Snake, I had no choice. I don't know why my Gu family's elites were killed by these bastards. I hope Uncle Snake can help me kill them all. Gu Ai actually called Ziying Uncle Snake. This form of address was indeed thought-provoking. In fact, this purple shadow was the transformation of the strange beast, Lei Shi. The Lei Shi was an ancient strange beast that possessed the thunder attribute. Its attack power was quite terrifying among those of the same rank, and it was comparable to a flood dragon and other high-rank spiritual beasts. It wasn't Gu Ai's protective spiritual beast under the master-servant contract. Instead, it was Gu Ai's ancestor's protective spiritual beast. Before his ancestor passed away, he terminated the contract with Lei Shi and asked Lei Shi to serve Gu Ai as his master. However, Gu Ai's strength was far inferior to his. Naturally, Lei Shi wouldn't be willing to submit. He only agreed to stay by Gu Ai's side as an equal and wouldn't sign a master-servant contract with Gu Ai. Gu Ai also knew that he wasn't strong enough. He couldn't force Lei Shi, so he could only agree to be an equal. Lei Shi was already a peak low-rank 8th rank spiritual beast. He had already successfully transformed, and was one of the Gu family's guardian beasts. The fact that Gu Ai had summoned him meant that she was enraged. She swore that she would not be satisfied until Ling Xiao and the others were annihilated. Lei Shi glanced at Ling Xiao and the others. At first, his eyes showed extreme disdain. However, when his gaze fell on the prodigal, his body trembled slightly. No, impossible. Why is there a member of the royal family here? Hee, so it's a big snake. Your strength isn't bad. The prodigal stared at Lei Shi with a relaxed expression and laughed. He was a divine beast. Even though his rank was lower than the Thunder Serpents, he possessed the supreme divine beast bloodline of the Beast clan. In front of low-ranked spirit beasts, he was born with a sense of superiority and arrogance. Moreover, the pressure from his bloodline could make low-ranked spirit beasts like him feel a sense of fear. Uncle Snake, is there a problem? This kid is strong and has heavenly fire. Uncle Snake, please get rid of them quickly, Gu Ai said from the side. Lei Shi hesitated for a while and narrowed his eyes. He extended his senses and only relaxed when he realized that there were no more powerful auras around. He said to the prodigal, "This must be His Highness Qilin. You can leave. I don't want to make things difficult for you." Although Lei Shi was strong, he didn't want to obtain the royal family of the Qilin bloodline. Otherwise, even if he hid at the ends of the earth, he would still die. Of course, he didn't want his 10,000 years of cultivation to go up in smoke. That was why he asked the prodigal to leave. His Highness Qilin? Uncle Snake he? Who exactly is he? Gu Ai asked with a surprised expression. Gu Ai couldn't help but worry and pay attention to an existence that could make a rank 8 spiritual beast afraid of him. Lei Shi didn't answer him. He just stared at the prodigal, waiting for his answer. The prodigal smiled coldly. "A big snake like you doesn't have the right to order me." Any descendant of a divine beast, no matter how low its rank was, would never yield to any low-rank high-rank spiritual beast. This was a noble and arrogant inheritance that came from the bloodline. Lei Shi narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." As he finished speaking, he waved his hand and several huge thunderbolts blasted towards Ling Xiao, Fang Chun, and Yuan Zhantian. Every thunderbolt was as big as a giant tree that required several people to wrap their arms around. The terrifying destructive power was enough to kill any high-level mystic emperor. This was just a casual attack from Lei Shi, but it already had such power. This was something that Gu Ai couldn't achieve even if he used all his strength. The difference between the ranks was really a huge chasm. Gu Ai seemed to have seen the tragic scene of Ling Xiao and the others being annihilated. She couldn't help but feel proud in her heart. "It's a great honor for me to ask Uncle Snake to come out and annihilate you." However, at this critical moment, the thunderbolts that were about to hit Ling Xiao seemed to have met with some kind of obstruction. They were forcefully blasted back in the direction of Lei Shi and Gu Ai. Lei Shi was shocked. He pulled Gu Ai and instantly leaped upwards to avoid being counterattacked. Lei Shi narrowed his eyes and looked in a direction in front of him. Then, without saying anything, he pulled Gu Ai and turned around to escape. His speed was really as fast as lightning, making it hard for the naked eye to catch him. "If you let that big snake escape, you don't have to live anymore," the prodigal suddenly said. "Yes, Your Highness," a loud and clear voice responded. In an instant, a strong fiery light blew and chased in the direction of Lei Shi. Ling Xiao wiped his sweat and said, "Damn it, I almost failed miserably. I didn't expect this old fellow to have such an existence by his side." Fortunately, when the other party was talking to the prodigal, Ling Xiao had already made full preparations. As soon as Lei Shi made his move, he immediately summoned the earthly flaming tiger. Otherwise, those terrifying bolts of lightning would have already turned them into ashes. Lei Shi ran very fast with Guai. In the blink of an eye, they were already thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, the earthly flaming tiger was no longer what it used to be. It had already broken through a small rank and reached the intermediate level of the 8th rank. Naturally, its speed had also greatly improved. In just a few moments, it intercepted Lei Shi and Guai. "How dare you offend His Highness? You're courting death." He roared and swung a huge tiger fist toward Lei Shi's head. The powerful tiger fist was like a mountain. The strong flames smashed toward Lei Shi with the momentum of burning the sky. Lei Shi was shocked. He quickly retreated and at the same time, threw Guai far away. Several powerful thunderbolts blocked in front of the tiger fist. Boom boom boom. Thunder and lightning intersected with each other in the tiger fist, producing a deafening roar. The earthly flaming tiger's aura surged. It sent several punches toward Lei Shi again. The thunderbolts did not seem to pose much of a threat to him. Lei Shi could not escape. He could only bite the bullet and continue to resist. However, the difference in strength made it difficult for him to resist. His body was smashed far away, and fresh blood flowed out violently. Without hesitation, Ray Serpent immediately transformed into his true form. A purple snake that was more than 100 meters long appeared. Bolts of lightning continuously bombarded down from the sky. Lei Shi's body flipped a few times and pounced toward the earthly flaming tiger. Those bloodthirsty fangs and huge bloody mouth made people feel terrified. The earthly flaming tiger was still fearless. Its tiger fists carried the power to destroy heaven and earth as they smashed down continuously. After Lei Shi transformed, his aura also caught up to that of the earthly flaming tiger. He could already withstand the earthly flaming tiger's tiger fists. He kept spitting out thunderbolts and smashing them toward the earthly flaming tiger. The snake's mouth kept biting. The battle between the two was abnormally ferocious. After all, the earthly flaming tiger had just advanced to the mid-8th level not long ago. It was not his true form, so he was unable to take down Lei Shi immediately. He angrily roared, "I'm going to eat you alive!" The earthly flaming tiger was also the king of tigers. He instantly transformed into his true form. The huge tiger body appeared majestic and extraordinary. The snake and tiger started fighting again. This time, Razor was no longer in a good position. Chunks of bloody flesh were bitten off by the scorching tiger, causing it to let out a blood-curdling screech. Guai saw that the situation was not good, and had already fled as far as he could. He thought to himself in horror, "What's going on? Why does Ling Xiao have so many capable people around him? Could it be that the evil emperor left them for him to protect his life? It's over this time. If even Uncle Shi can't win, then our Gu family will not be able to escape this calamity. We must hurry back and prepare early." Chapter 791. Although Razor was a powerful existence among those of the same level, there was not much suspense in this battle against the Earth Flaming Tiger, which was a level higher than him. Razor was covered in wounds from the Earth Flaming Tiger's incessant pounce and bite, while the Earth Flaming Tiger was also slightly injured by Razor's dying counterattack, but it was not fatal. "Lord Tiger, spare me, I don't want to be enemies with you." Razor knew that he could not withstand the might of the Earth Flaming Tiger, so he could not help but beg for mercy. It's too late to beg for mercy now." The Earth Flaming Tiger snorted coldly, and its giant claws ruthlessly smashed onto Razor's head. The huge snake's body smashed into the ground, and a pit that was hundreds of meters deep appeared. The Earth Flaming Tiger pounced down again, biting onto Razor's neck and smashing it repeatedly. Razor kept hissing, and its body kept turning and curling up. Its eyes revealed a strong pleading look. However, the Earth Flaming Tiger had already accepted its death, so how could it let it go? Moreover, The bloodlust and killing intent between spirit beasts was much stronger than that of humans. The earth-flaming tiger directly bit Razor to death, and a large pool of blood spread out like a small stream, making people feel extremely disgusted. The earth-flaming tiger pulled Razor's body and quickly returned to the lake. Now Ling Xiao and the others were already meditating and recovering on the shore of the lake. The consecutive fierce battles were really tragic. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had brought many powerful people with him, or else it would have been a disaster. The earth-flaming tiger flung Razor's 100-meter-long corpse in front of the crowd. Bang! The corpse smashed into the air, and a cloud of dust flew up. The earth-flaming tiger transformed into its human form, landed in front of the prodigal, and knelt down on one knee. "Your Highness, fortunately, I did not disappoint you." The prodigal frowned and asked, "Where's the other human?" He escaped." The earth-flaming tiger revealed an awkward expression as it scratched the back of its head. "You piece of trash." The prodigal shouted angrily and directly kicked the earth-flaming tiger's strong chest. "Sorry, Your Highness. I'll go capture him and bring him back to Your Highness." The earth-flaming tiger fell to the side and apologized in panic. "Capture my A**s. I don't have time to waste with you here. I really don't know why Third Grandpa let a piece of trash like you come with me." The prodigal raised his fist and continuously smashed it at the earth-flaming tiger. His strength was not weak at all, causing the earth-scorching flame tiger to be continuously smashed away. However, the earth-scorching flame tiger did not dare to circulate its energy to retaliate at all. It was like a little masochist, looking pitiful. It did not even have a bit of the demeanor of a powerful 8th-rank spirit beast. "Forget it, Zizai. Let's roast some snake meat first. That old bastard can't escape anyway." Ling Xiao stopped him. Following that, Ling Xiao took out his sword and prepared to dissect the thunder snake's body. Suddenly, something flashed through his mind. He put away his sword and said, "Forget it. There are so many dead spirit beasts here. Let's keep this snake and eat something else first." This was a rank 8 spirit beast with a rare thunder attribute. If he could bring it back to Wine Cloud City to be auctioned, it could be used as the finale. He could still earn a large sum of money. There were many high-grade spirit beasts here. Ling Xiao collected their useful materials one by one. There were also many emperor-grade spatial rings. These were all treasures, so Ling Xiao would definitely not let them go. After eating the spirit beast meat, Ling Xiao and the others were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stayed where they were to recuperate. Yuan Zhantian was eccentric and did not want to be associated with Ling Xiao and the others. He said to Ling Xiao, "I'm not your match now, but one day, I'll challenge you again. When that time comes, I hope you can use all your strength." After saying that, he did not stay and left alone. Ling Xiao wanted to ask him to stay, but he knew that people like Yuan Zhantian were born to walk the path of loneliness. They would not be moved so easily, become friends, or stay behind to lend a helping hand. However, Ling Xiao admired people like Yuan Zhantian from the bottom of his heart. Yuan Zhantian was not scheming, straightforward, and more sincere than many people. Once they became friends, he was the kind of person that Ling Xiao could trust his back to. Yuan Zhantian and Wu Bufan. With 2 opponents like them in this life, I won't be lonely anymore. Ling Xiao sighed. Yuan Zhantian was the inheritor of the sacred battle ape, who was known for his fighting prowess. He would also advance at an extremely fast speed. Wu Bufan, on the other hand, had the strongest chaotic body in the world. His future was also incomparably bright. The growth of these two was definitely fast. Moreover, Ling Xiao also had the help of the abnormal object and his mental strength. He was also confident that his advancement speed would not be slower than theirs. However, he still had to take care of his profession of alchemy. At the same time, he also had to completely build up his own force. All of these things required time. If Ling Xiao had only been cultivating, his life would not have been so exciting, and he would not have encountered so many good opportunities. He had always believed that danger and opportunity coexisted. Ling Xiao stayed in the windswept plains for 3 days. In these 3 days he had recovered from all his injuries, and was in an unprecedented good state. He digested the insights he gained after the battle with Wu Bufan. The harvest was not small, and his experience was getting richer. Now his every movement had a kind of power charm. It was as if wherever he went, people would have this kind of feeling. It was as if he was a natural leader, making people feel a natural sense of submission and fear. Ling Xiao had always been overbearing and arrogant. The kind of affinity he gave people was different from Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao walked the path of an overlord, and was destined to walk the path of conquest. People would only fear and be afraid of him. Very few people would be inexplicably close to him. Let's go. It's time to let Sha Tian and the Gu family know the consequences of attacking me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he walked away. His dragon eyes flashed with strong killing intent. Sha Tian and the Gu family had come to find trouble with him. If he did not teach them a lesson, they would think that he was a pushover. When Ling Xiao was preparing to return from the windswept plains, his name had once again set off a shocking wave in the central region. Have you heard? The battle between Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan was decided at the Lake of Heavenly Despair. They fought for 5 days and 5 nights, and in the end, Ling Xiao defeated Wu Bufan by a single move. Have you heard? Wu Bufan has a chaotic battle body that's rarely seen in 100,000 years. His combat strength can be said to be unparalleled, but he still lost to Ling Xiao in the end. Ling Xiao is too abnormal. Have you heard? Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan both have heavenly jewels. In the end, Ling Xiao's fire attribute heavenly jewels were superior, and he became the new emperor that suppressed all his peers. Have you heard? Ling Xiao defeated Wu Bufan, and then he was attacked by many emperors. The odds are against him. News of the battle between Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan started to spread like a plague throughout the central region. There were all sorts of different rumors and theories, and it was truly a deluge of extravagant exaggerations. However, all the news also confirmed that Ling Xiao had defeated the new generation of martial spirit court's heavens chosen, and become the new emperor, an existence that truly suppressed all his peers. All the factions started to take Ling Xiao seriously. It seemed that this legendary demonic emperor's only disciple was truly talented. Many factions started to develop a strong interest in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's combat strength was so terrifying, and he was also a grade 7 alchemist. These two identities were enough to shock any faction. They had no way of roping Ling Xiao into their side, but they could use other methods to form an alliance with Ling Xiao, and the most effective method was undoubtedly through marriage. Moreover, they'd asked around and found out that there were many beauties hidden in Ling Xiao's city governor's estate. They were very sure that Ling Xiao was a lecherous person, and they'd set out from this point. There was once a time when many large and small powers of the central region had brought their beauties to Wind Cloud City to pay a visit to Ling Xiao, and they hoped to form an alliance with Ling Xiao. There were also many people who'd rushed to Wind Cloud City from various places just to catch a glimpse of Ling Xiao, and they hoped to try their luck and meet Ling Xiao. There were even many hot-blooded youths who'd taken Ling Xiao as their idol, and they hoped to take Ling Xiao as their master. They'd used extreme methods to show their sincerity, such as kneeling in front of the city governor's estate, refusing to eat or drink, and so on and so forth. It was truly unbearable to watch. For a time, Wind Cloud City had become one of the most bustling cities, and the number of people coming and going had increased. Ling Xiao didn't know anything about this, and he'd first started to look for trouble with the Sha Tian organization. The Sha Tian organization was an organization that wasn't inferior to the 18 great powers, and they'd existed for a very long time. No one knew exactly how powerful their forces were, because their people were practically everywhere in the central region. As long as there was an assassination mission, they'd be the first to accept it, and they'd complete it very effectively. They had a 90% chance of completing the mission, and the 10% chance of failure was mostly because they couldn't find the target. After all, the central region was vast and boundless, and if that person went into a certain mountain range, it wouldn't be easy to find him. There were very few people like Ling Xiao who'd been targeted by the Sha Tian organization and hadn't been killed, and could still walk around unscathed. The largest city closest to the windswept plains was the territory of the 5th grade sect, the Green Bamboo sect. According to Fang Chun, Most cities directly under a 5th grade force or above would have a stronghold of the Sha Tian organization. This stronghold was responsible for accepting assassination missions in the vicinity, and then they'd send people to the nearest branch to take care of the mission. Fang Chen wasn't a member of this branch, and even he didn't know where this branch was located, so he could only start searching from the stronghold. However, Fang Chen said that no assassin would easily reveal the organization's secrets. They were all professionally trained people, and they weren't afraid of death. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about this at all. He had a way to control his mental strength, and as long as he found Sha Tian's people, he would naturally have a way to find the nearby branch's address. The calamity of the Sha Tian organization and the Gu family had also begun. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.